Hi, I'm Stephanie Lester and today we are creating Peter Rabbit and the Stolen Radishes from a kit by the Crafty Kit Company. Hi and welcome to the needle felting workshop where we will be creating our Peter Rabbit with the stolen radishes even from a lovely kit by the Crafty Kit Company. So firstly, let me make clear this is absolutely a companion to that kit from the Crafty Kit Company. This is not meant as a work-along video by itself. So I will be referring to the instructions and the bits and pieces that you'll be getting with the kit throughout this video. So I'm assuming you have that kit. There will be a link below for you to be able to get the kit if you need it. Of course, if you're just watching along for a few techniques and things, you're very welcome as well. All are welcome. So this kit is from the category within the Crafty Kit Company kits called the Enthusiasts. So you will be someone who's done some needle felting and you're perhaps ready to try some armatures or some other techniques that you might not have done before. So let me pick our lovely Peter Rabbit here has an armature throughout. He also has pipe cleaners in his ears, and he's also on a little stand of his own, which he does actually come off. So there's quite a lot involved. However, this is a brilliant progression if you've already done the first Peter Rabbit, the Peter Rabbit with his handkerchief, because that was in the Improvers range, and very much the shape of the face and how we go about creating that is very similar in this one. It's just we're doing it around an armature. So if you think, oh, I'm not quite sure whether I'm ready to go to this one, why not do that one first and then come into this one? Now I do explain what I'm doing and I do explain what I mean by the instructions in the kit, but and I will be doing it. But what I won't be doing is explaining every little thing as if you are a beginner. So if I say something and I make an assumption that you know what I mean and it's not clear, please put a comment below and I will come back and answer you as immediately as I can. Or you can join my Facebook group, which is called Two Tips and Tutorials. Yeah, a bit of a mouthful, isn't it? I'll put a link to that below as well. You could come in there and ask a question, or the Crafty Kit Company group, which is called Craft Your Way to Happiness. If you come in there and ask a question, either myself or anybody else in there will actually help you. But as I say, sometimes I have to make assumptions because otherwise I could explain everything. I could take 6 hours on one particular thing, and obviously don't want to do that. So this is actually part one because this particular kit takes some time to get through. So this one is part one and it takes you pretty much to the end of the jacket. I think the next part two will start off with finishing bits on the jacket before getting on to the other bits and pieces and the stand, etc. But yeah, so it's part one. So I think that kind of covers everything. Just as I say, just be aware that it is a companion to the kit. So if you're here just to watch, that's absolutely fine, or pick up on any tips and that. But if I refer to something that obviously you don't have because you haven't got the kit, that's why. Okay, so that's I'm now going to go over to the overhead camera where I'm going to actually do most of the course, but I will actually be in the top right hand corner as well, in case I need to actually explain something to you. Okay, so I will see you in the overhead camera. Okay, so welcome to the desktop. Right, so I've got the kit and everything here, and I shall go into that properly in a minute and go through everything that you will have in your kit. But I just wanted to first of all have a little look at Peter, who we will be creating. So Peter has his own stand, and Peter actually does come off his stand, and he has one little slipper which is attached to the stand, so his little foot can come out of there and he can come apart from his stand. So we'll be making the stand separately, and you can have him separate. Let me put him up in the picture so you can see him, how substantial he is in comparison to me. And obviously, if you've got another way that you want to display him, you might actually have something on a wall perhaps that you want to put him in rather than on his stand. But the stand's great for having him as a standalone, popping on either a sideboard or mantelpiece or anything like that. So we do a little squiggle DD to get him up inside, and then his little foot goes in there. And the idea of the little slipper and the foot is just to give that extra stability so that he's not swinging round. Who wants that? Okay, and he's got his little radishes here, which are separate again, they come off. So this is not a beginner's kit. Okay, so if you're doing this is the first thing you've ever done, I should say you're very brave, you're very welcome, and I will go through everything, but I certainly, because it's not a beginner's kit, I won't be going over beginning techniques in great detail. I'll obviously be talking about what I'm doing, no problem at all, but you might have to go and check some of the bits up if I haven't spoken about it long enough, or you might just want to keep replaying that part of the video completely up. That's one of the joys of the videoing parts of this. Okay, so so it's definitely not a beginner's kit, and it's one of the enthusiasts kits. So, you know, people who are looking for a bit of a challenge, have perhaps done a few kits, even done some of the improvers kits from the Crafty Kit Company, and want to, you know, start to get to grips with armatures and other techniques like that. You might even be looking at some point to, you know, create your own pieces, and you just want to go through these parts of the process, so that enables you to do that. Okay. It is, as I've probably mentioned in the introduction, excuse me, a companion to the kit. Okay, so I will be going through the instructions from the kit. I will be going through the these are the colours that you've got in your kit and using those. I'm very much referring to the kit. So if you haven't got it and you need to go and purchase it, the links will be below in this video so that you can go and do that. Okay. Also, in the instructions, I will refer to the generic to felt. Felting, you know, felt here, felt there, and I am just talking about the general action of felting, which requires you to push your needle in and out of the felt. But on top of that, I will refer to lightly felting or strongly felting. Okay, let me put little Peter over there a sec and pick up my little ball with a couple of needles in. So you've got 2 needles in your pack, and you've got a blue one and a green one, and the blue one I believe is a 40 twisted, and the green one is a 36 star. So the blue one, which is the lighter one, let me just demonstrate with that one. So when I'm referring to lightly felting, I am normally felting to just using the top part of the needle with the barbs there, and lightly felting as in you really are just either adding colour to the top, or, you know, the same colour and you really are just adding it to the top. as opposed to felting it into the piece. When we very first start, and we will be using the stronger needle, the 36, and I talk about stronger felting, I'm referring to pushing the needle in as far as the shaft goes, and we're actually, as you can see there, pushing it into the center where the barbs will then entwine the fibres with the fibres already there. So we will be adding wool, but we will be making the piece more dense. We might even be making it bigger, but by anchoring that wool into the centre, we're really making it nice and strong, which is why I call it strongly felting. I call it, that's how I shall be referring to it. I normally talk through that when I get to that point, and you know, you can felt strongly with the light needle and felt strongly with the bigger needle. But I just wanted to distinguish that if I don't mention it as I go through, that's what I'm actually referring to. Okay, was there anything else on my little list that I was going to say? No, I was going to say, if you've got this far and you think, oh, actually, I do probably need to do another kit before I do this one. A really good one to do, we're going to do Peter Rabbit with the red handkerchief, which is one of the improvers rather than the beginner's kits. And certainly from the face point of view, there's an awful lot of similarity, and the start of where we're going to with this is just this time we're going to do it around an armature. Obviously the rest of it's new because the Peter Rabbit with the handkerchief is not around an armature. So it's just a really good progression from that to this. And we do make a blue jacket. We just, on this particular blue jacket, we've obviously got a bit of flowing action. Whereas on the Peter Rabbit with the handkerchief, he's still. So it's more stationary. So it's just a little bit, got a little bit of grass on you there. Naughty Peter, been rolling in the grass. Yeah, so there's some things which are the same that we build on in the skills. So it's a really good progression if you are looking to do that step up. That's a good one to start with and then come to this. Okay, right, I think it's time to look at the kit. And as if by magic, all of the wool appears. Okay, so let's just go through. You have got the white, or that I will often refer to as core wool. You have got the lovely blue for the jacket, the main colour for colouring Peter's fur, the dark brown which is used for his little slippers and also a little bit of shading. Just stretch across that. We've got the green, which we will use in conjunction with the bit of felt for the leaves of the radishes, but also for the stand. An awful lot of that is for gold for the little buttons, red for mixing with the whites for colouring the radishes. And then we've got lots of pipe cleaners, because once we've done our armature, we will wrap the pipe cleaners around because it makes it much easier for getting the fibre to stick, basically. You've probably got one piece of wire. I've cut mine into two and I'll explain that as soon as we get started. You've got two eyes. You will have a little mat, I expect. Probably a black one, not sure. I am, as you've probably gathered, I haven't got the actual kit in front of me because I'm trying to get these videos done ready for when we actually launch the kit. So the kits are still in their progress, and a nice piece of green felt to help with the stand. You also will have two needles, as I mentioned before. You've got a blue one and a green one, and the blue one is a twisted 40 and the green one is a star 36. Now, if you are, you've done a few kits, you may well have your own needles and your own preferences for that, and absolutely use what you love to use. I know we all have our favourites once we've actually been needle felting for a while. So use whatever's good for you. I shall just be telling you what I'm using from the kit, okay? because, as I say, this is like a companion, not like, it is, it's a companion to the kit. Okay, right, so we will now move everything aside and we will get on, and the very first part is the armature. So we will gather together the wire. Okay, so firstly, you may have 2 pieces of wire, or you may have just one long piece of wire. So if you've got just one long piece of wire, the first thing you need to do is to cut one piece which is 1.3 meters long and another piece which is 1.1 meters long. Let me check that's the right measurements before yeah. So the 1.1 meters long will be for the base, and the 1.3 we're going to use now. So let me just uncurl mine, and I have a ruler with me at all times because I like to continually check the sizes of the pieces that I'm making, and especially if in the instructions I've put sizes, it's always a good way to check. Okay, so let me first of all, ruler. I have a very small ruler. Sorry, I just knocked something on the floor. Just because you can see it as opposed to me to stretch it all the way along. So I do just go 30, 60, 90. It doesn't have to be accurate, okay. 120, and actually 130. It's actually 148 I've done. I always do a little bit extra. Excuse me a minute. I'm just going to cough. Must be a bit of dust in the air or something. Anyway. Yes, so it doesn't have to be exactly 1.3 or exactly 1.1. This is an art and not a science, which I do continually say. So this is the 1.3, let's say, that I'm actually going to use now. Let me just check the other one. 30, 60, 90, I've got that at 120. So I've done that a bit longer than it needs to be as well, lo and behold. Right, but that 110 or larger is going to be put to the side for doing the base when we get to that bit. Okay, so this piece that we're left with, oh. Excuse me, hopefully that won't continue on. The piece we're going to start with is this longer piece, at least 1.3 or 130 centimeters. Okay, right, so as I say, I'm going to go through, I'm going to read the instructions exactly as they are, which hopefully will also, if it's the first time you've come across a set of these instructions, helps you to understand how we write them. So the first thing I will say is don't read the first sentence and read the whole paragraph of the instructions, because sometimes we state what you need to do and then we do a lot of explaining afterwards. So you might do what it says and then go, oh, if only I'd read the next bit, I'd have known that, and it would make it easier. So me reading it out hopefully will tell you that. And also it's just a really good idea to read through. I would read through all of the instructions just so that you've got the gist of it as we go along. Right, okay, that said, move on, Steph. Armature. So using some pliers or wire cutters, so I've got these big boys. In fact, you can use a really blunt pair of scissors. If you've got an old pair of scissors, you'd be able to cut through this. So if you've got an old pair that you really don't mind just putting aside for using for this kind of thing, use those. Do not use anybody else who's in your house, if they do sewing, do not use the scissors they use for cutting material. They will not thank you, or it will be a very expensive purchase that you'll have to make for them. Okay, So we're going to cut 3 pieces of wire. We're going to do 2 at 30 centimetres and 1 at 50 centimetres. Lovely. So let's do the 50 centimetre one first. I know I've got more than I need of this, so I don't have to be accurate. I can do a little bit more. 30. That's 50. So that's 50. Let me pick up my, I'm going to go a bit more. Done. Oh, I did drop it. I thought I caught it. Ah, there we go. There's my big piece. And the other 2. Well, I might be able to just do this in half, actually. Yeah, let me just do that. That's going to be longer than it needs to be, isn't it? Buy some. Anyway, it's not a problem. As I've done it at that, let's give myself a bit extra. Okay, so they're the 2 smaller ones. I've got 1 larger one, 2 smaller ones. Brilliant. So yeah, so basically the measurements are the minimum, okay, because we will, if we get to the end and the places you're going to have extra is at the end of the limbs, and we'll either bend them back or cut it off depending on wherever we've got too much. So not to worry about that. So we're going to bend each piece in half because we're going to always use them in that state. So just bend it. Doesn't have to be tightly bent. We can just do that. In the instructions, I've done them with different colours, the pink and the blue. I don't know what colour you've got. You probably won't. I've just got this silver, which probably wasn't very sensible because you can hardly see it, but hopefully you can see it enough. Let me put my little mat there just so you've got a bit more of a, there you go. So that makes sense, doesn't it? Okay, so you can see that a bit better, and then we're just going to fold over. Yeah, so in the instructions I've used colour, and I'll bring up the example that I've used in the instructions in a minute so that you can see those colours again. So just fold them over. Boom, boom. There we go. Just bend that bit out a bit because they won't be, don't worry, they won't be completely straight bits of wire. You might have a bent end, all sorts, doesn't matter. Really doesn't. So I've got my 2 smaller ones and my 1 larger one. Lovely. I might if I want to chop a bit off at the end, but I'll put that down here. Now I'm just going to bring up, because this is the one that you've got in the picture on your instructions. Okay, let's put these here. There we go. All right, so I've used the pink ones as a small, pink ones are the small and the blue one is the large. So we are going to start with the head, create this, twist this bit, then we're going to twist the blue and the pink together, and then we're going to leave the arms out the side from the first piece and then continue down with that larger piece and then join on to the third piece, the second smaller piece, and do the limbs. Okay, so this is what our piece will look like once we've shaped it all, but to start with, it will just look a bit like a scarecrow. Okay, right, so starting from the top, good idea. Take the 30 centimetre piece and twist it together for 6 centimetres. Brilliant, that's why I've got my ruler. Let me get my smaller ruler, because I'm probably going to deal in smaller sizes now. Okay, perhaps I should bring that side. Just pop that over there. There we go, so we've still got it. Okay, so the small one. Now, if you've never done an armature before, okay, so we start at the top here. If holding onto this and twisting is difficult for you in terms of being able to grip it, if you can't grip this and turn, then get yourself a pair of pliers just to hold on to that end, okay? And then you'll be able to twist to your heart's content, because it's It's really very pliable and soft wire. You shouldn't have a problem. Okay, if you really do have a problem twisting, then you can get a second set of pliers to help you with the twisting. But usually, providing you've got hold of this end and you can twist, it's usually enough. Okay. Now, in fact, let me I'll hold on to that so that I've got then this hand completely free to talk with my hands, don't I? To talk to you, she says. Right, now, to do the twisting, the technique is you twist both around each other. Okay, what you don't want to do is to have one wire that you basically twist wire around, because what you are trying for is this nice even twist, which is quite nicely demonstrated on the blue. Otherwise, it won't be very strong. Otherwise, one wire will be longer than the other and it won't be as strong. Okay, the stronger way is to have them equal around. So the way you do that is by having, you know, that out at an angle, that at an angle. You start and you just twist that around. Okay, now to explain the terminology, when you've got it like this, you might think that to go bump like that is a twist, but that's half a twist. Okay, a full twist is what appears like doing twice. Now you can see I've slightly bent it already. Let me just bend that back over. Okay, and we're doing this for how many centimetres, she says, before she gets carried away? 6 centimetres. No, that's fine. 6 centimetres is a good long bit, so I've got enough time to show you this. So yes, so that's half and that's 1. Okay, because what you're doing is getting the original one back to where it is, which is a full twist. Okay, when I've gone like that, I've merely swapped them over and then it's back to where it was. Right, let me see where we are before I get carried away. Okay, I'm at 4. Lovely. So always have a look. As you can see, it doesn't have to be perfectly even. As you know, you can see I've got a little bit bigger one in there, but it's still absolutely the wire being wrapped around the wire. Okay, can we see? If I take it up closer, is that any use? No. Okay, there we go. Is that useful? Sometimes this works, sometimes it doesn't when you've got, oh, there you go. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Right, let me hang on to that again and just show you. 1, 2. Once again, keep my little thing there, so that's 5. 2. Doesn't have to be complete exactly 6, but it's just, you know, close enough for jazz. Right, that's I'm going to do half more. Let me hang on to that again. As soon as I've started like that, I'll continue like that. There you go. I do find that when I'm using this, as opposed to if I'm holding it, I don't hold it quite so rigidly, and I hold it with that, it is a bit more rigid, which is quite nice. Okay, so yep, that's 6. There you go. Brilliant. We have done that at 6. Okay, bend the 2 arms out to the sides. Bump. Yeah, okay, I did all that. So the next bit is we're going to hook the longer wire. Okay, so make sure you pick your longer wire. We're going to hook the longer wire over the neck of the smaller wire and twist the 2 pieces together at the shoulder, starting with one side and twist 2 complete turns. It's about 2 centimetres, and then ending with the larger piece, this piece, coming back down the body. So not up there, but back down the body. Once both shoulders are complete, we're going to then join the 2 long ends, these 2, in a twist at about 3.5 centimetres. You can see all these measurements in the diagram, in the instructions. Okay, there's a picture of this little chap with all the measurements. Okay, where are we? Continue for 5 centimeters of twisted spine and bend the ends out for the legs. Brilliant. Right, so as we said, we are going to quite literally just pop this over here. Okay, so we've got that bit on top, we've got these bits out to the side. Oh, fantastic. Now I'm going to take one side at a time here, and this is when I tend to use my fingers rather than the pliers, but if you still prefer to use the pliers, do. Right, so as we said, 2 complete turns, right? So remember what I said, that's 1, 2 is 1 turn. So we want to get this long wire back down here for 1 complete turn, and we want to do that twice. So I go 1, 2, that's back down, 1, 2. So that's actually 2 complete turns. Okay, up there. I'm not measuring that at the moment because I've sort of said that's roughly about something, and I don't know whether I'm in line with that, but we'll check it out in a minute. Okay, so I've got the same this side. 1, 2, 1, 2. So that's 2 complete turns again. Make sure that bit's down there. So as you can see, arms out there, big long bits down here. Right, now what have I meant? It says 2 centimeters. Okay, so mine's a little bit shorter than 2 centimeters, but I'm not worried about that because I've still got my nice long shoulders. You might have exactly 2 centimeters. I probably just twisted it a bit too tightly, but I'm not worried about that because as long as I've got my arms out here, and I'll bring this down and do, as we can see here. See, if I compare it to this, I'm just a little bit shorter, and it might well be because I've got slightly thinner wire than the wire that you'll be using. So just by doing those twists yourself, you'll probably find you are at 2 centimeters. So don't worry about that. Don't do as I do, do as I say. Right. Okay, so this is where we're going to bring these 2 bits together. Okay, these 2 longer pieces. So we're going to form that nice strength triangle there. And it's going to be at about 3.5 from there. Okay, down to where I join them. It's roughly about 3.5. So the most important thing really is to use equal amounts. Let me just do a twist there. And I think, yeah, that's good enough. Okay, so that's about 3.5 that I've done mine. Done my little twist, so that's my nice bit of strength there. Excellent. And I'm going to now continue for 5 centimeters down the spine. So let me twist away. I've got quite a good grip of this now, so personally I'm not needing to use the pliers. I'm just going to twist this for about 5. Let me see how far that is. It's only 3. Okay. Yeah, I think the wire that I'm using here is slightly thinner than what you'll be using. But not that that will be a worry for you. There we go, 5, lovely. And then put the legs outside, legs akimbo. Lovely. And now finally we're going to hook the 3rd piece, the smaller piece, the 2nd smaller piece, the 3rd piece of wire over the hips, ready to start the legs. And we're going to twist down the legs for 13 centimeters, and then any lengths of wire that are longer, we're going to just bend them back up the foot. Okay, so that over like we did before. So we've got our nice, and then I'm going to put these 2 together. and this is going to be for 13 centimetres. I probably will cut a bit off because I made them so much longer than they needed to be. But let's see when we get to the 13 centimetres how much extra I have. And bending them up is quite nice because it just means you don't have the sharp ends sticking out. Okay, 7 and a bit. That wasn't very good. I did a not very good one there, so now I'm going to show you how I can actually undo that. My mind was elsewhere. See, you have to keep focusing even when you think you're doing something which is, you know, relatively simple. Keep the focus. There we go. You know, not that it matters that much because you're not going to see this, but sometimes for some reason I get finicky. There we go. Oh well. Just goes to show, doesn't it? Not everything goes to plan. Okay. 10. How much more have I got? Yeah. So it's gonna basically almost make it to the end of this piece. See how far that is. I suspect that that will be about it. Yeah, pretty much. Just do a little half round and that'll be done. Okay, I'm going to first of all bend the small one back up there so it's out of the way. Your wire gets in the way and all over the place. Mine does anyway. Let's stick his little leg out to the side so I've got him out there. Let me double check that that is, yeah. So I'm going to bend that bit back, but I am actually going to snip a bit of that off first because you really don't need that much extra. Now if bending it back up is difficult and you've got your little pair of pliers, then just, you know, slightly bend it over and then just tuck it in. It doesn't have to be, you know, really tight. You're just turning it over so that you haven't got that naked end out. Okay. Now, if you don't like using your left hand, you can just turn it over and do it with your right hand that side. Okay. But if you don't mind using both hands, you're a bit on the ambidextrous side, then just go for it. Okay. Down to the 13 centimetres again. Once we've done this, we shall be attaching the pipe cleaners. So we won't see any of this. So me and my, oh, that doesn't look very neat. Makes no difference whatsoever. Okay, let's measure that. Okay, that's 13. Okay. Now, if you get down to the bottom and find that one piece, the smaller piece, isn't quite long enough, do not worry about that. Just stop at that point with that piece, and then make sure the longer piece extends down to however, make up the difference, and just bend it back over and bring it up so that you've got the length, and you can, you know, even if it's just twisted wire, and you turn around and take it back up, because that's just going to be the foot anyway. Okay, there we go. So we have our sort of staircase structure, as I think of them. Okay, so measure the arms from the shoulder joint, so it's about 7 centimeters. Bend the wire back up on both sides. Okay, so if it's way too long, we will cut a bit off again, yeah, because my bit is way too long. Okay, cut that back up. Get that off there. Measure that the other side. 7 centimeters. Now, there are many different ways of doing armatures. Some people like to make the bodies and then just do the arms separately, arms and legs separately, and add them on. Some people like to do the head separately and add them on. And every one of them is valid. You'll find the way that you like to do it. I like to do it all in one. It's the way I was taught, and so therefore for me it's the most natural. I'm just going to tuck that in together so it's nice and tuck it in a bit, and do that just to bring it in together. This is just the way I like to have the whole piece that I'm working all the time, so I'm assessing, because the moment I'm doing the head or the arms, I can see what it is in comparison and make the adjustments, because to me you're making adjustments all the way along whilst you're actually creating the piece. There's no point at which you're just doing a piece and then you put it back on and think, yeah, that doesn't suit. For me, that's why I like doing it this way. But everyone is different, and either way, if you decide to do it a different way, it's absolutely fine. Okay, next bit, curve and shape the head, bend the legs into the old bandy bit. So basically, we're going to curve the head like that and do the legs. So we're leaving about 3.5 centimeters for the foot, but apart from that, the rest is curved. And so there is no science to this, and you can curve it either way. It really doesn't matter. So I expect it depends if you're left-handed or right-handed, actually. So I am just curving that round so that we've got a bit of a curve on the head. There we go. Boom. Gives us something to go around. And then this bit, okay, 3.5 for the feet. Let me see where that is. That's there. So I'm going to bend that out there at 3.5, 3.5. Bend that bit out there, and then the rest of it, just give him some bandy legs. It's almost like a heart shape, actually, isn't it? Bring it back round, just so that we've got that. See, little heart shape, almost. Okay, bit of a ballerina going on there. Once again, you'll be adjusting that. We're about to add the pipe cleaner. So there you go. So that's the picture you've got. And you can, if you print off or what's the word, enlarge the picture that you've got on your instructions to actual size. You can even use that as a template to go around, but it doesn't need to be exactly as that. I mean, I doubt this is exactly. That's not exactly the same, is it? Close enough though. Close enough. Right, I'm going to move this one away now so I don't get my wire men entangled. Fabulous. So we are going to go on to the next bit, which is to twist 3 pipe cleaners over the whole piece to help with adding the core. Bend the head limbs forward into a vague running position to receive the core. What? Okay, brilliant. Let's take 3. Once again, you can, let me move these other ones out of the way a sec. You can do this however you want. Okay, you can twist your pipe cleaners around your piece however you want. I shall show you how I'm going to do it, and then you can follow that or do it your own way. So the first thing that I do is I start off in this little hook up in the top of the head, and I put it through and I twist it around just so that it's attached. And then I start to, now am I going the right way? Because what I try to do is to do it in the same way as the twist that I've originally put on. And obviously it's not as many twists as you've put in the original. And then I go down here and keep this going. And then I'm just going to stop that there a sec. And then I'm going to get this piece. Oops. Okay. And I'm going to get the second piece and I'm going to hook it through that bit that I hooked there. And twist. And then I'm going to take the other piece along the other side in a sec. Oh, actually, no, I'll do it this way. Okay. So this one, because we don't obviously already have a wire, we're just wrapping it around however we want to. Okay. And we will have more than enough over. So I'm just going to do a little bit over the shoulder. Just once again to give myself a little bit more. The fibre, when we put it around, it'll just grab it much easier. Okay, this is going to be too long, but that's fine. And then put it through the end again. Okay, I've squeezed it a little bit too tight. So let me get that in there. There we go. Press it back down again. Oh, see, I've got myself caught already. Right, and then I'm just going to, that bit I've got left, I'm just going to wind it back up there, because it doesn't matter that you've got more on that bit, because the wool will cover it anyway. Okay, and then we've got our bit here, so let's cut that in half. Not cut it, sorry, bend it. Use the right word, Steph. Okay, and then once again, try and do it the same way that I've twisted it originally. Doing some quite big ones down here because I want it to go all the way down. Okay. And yeah. So I want it to go all the way. So I'm making sure I do nice big turns. Okay, didn't quite make it, but that's fine. This one is, I'm just going to finish it by bringing it back up the body. And tuck it round there. Okay. And then we have our little covered man. Now let me check on the pictures you've got. So yeah, so having done that, we are now going to turn the head forward. Okay, we're going to move the arms, just slightly curl the arms forward, and then say the vague running position, so turning those legs so that they are face forward, and I've got one in front of the other because that is the way that I'm going to have him on the stand. He's going to be one foot down and the other one up, but you know, no more than that. It doesn't matter how accurate or not it is, but just once we start wrapping, if we've got it in that vague configuration, then that's good. Okay, so we're moving on to the core wall, the white wall, and what we're going to do is we're going to split this so we can divide it up. So we put some away that we're going to use on the head later, so that we know how much we've got to use on the body. Okay, so we're going to split it into quarters, and we're going to put a quarter away to do the head later and work with the other bits. So I just lay mine out in 4 lines and do the split accordingly. Okay, so there we go. Split that there, 1, 2, split that there. Okay, put that a bit away for the head. And then I've got my 3/4 left. Okay, so we're going to start by using one of the quarters. So let's put those 2 quarters down there. So we're starting with one of the quarters. Read. Using the first quarter, split the wall into smaller, thinner pieces so that we can wrap it around the limbs, head and body, felting as we go. If you wrap the wall tight enough, the pipe cleaners will grab onto the wall. You will still need to lightly felt the ends in place. This needs to be a good base layer that future layers can felt onto. Yeah, so basically we're just doing our start off here. So to bring my mat, by the way, in case you want to know, the mat that I'm using is just a wooden mat that I put an extra piece of felt on top, so as to protect my piece. Every project I do, I add a new piece of felt just to protect my piece, and this is non-woolen felt so that it doesn't grab onto the fibres quite so quickly, and a little bit of net so it doesn't attach to my mat quite so much. If you've done more projects than just a couple of kits, you may well have your own mat, your own preferential mat. Okay, so let's start by just doing some splitting. Okay, so I always, when I do projects, like to divide things up and know that I've always got bits over here, you know, for doing finishing off. Otherwise I'd worry when I started doing a part of the project that I'm not going to have enough to do the next bit that I get to. Okay, so let's look at the picture 4, showing how we get a nice, yeah. So to start with, we're just going to try and get a layer all over, aren't we? So let's take our thin piece. I might even want to just do a little bit. Right, so I am going to start by just wrapping that a little bit around the chest, just so that I've got that bit in place, and then I'm going to wrap it around, and I'm going to take it pretty much the same sort of twist. See, now I've pulled that, there you go, lesson learned. Don't pull hard like I just did then. I pulled hard, but I'll show you what I did. Let me just put that in place. Okay, I had my piece, and because I was too distracted, I pulled it from here rather than pulling tight from being really close to the. So when you want to pull tight, do it when you're really close to the wire. That was a good bit of demonstration on my part, wasn't it? How not to do it. Okay, now I don't like to finish on an end, so bring that back down. wrap that down, wrap that down. Now it is catching really well, so I'm only, sometimes you think, is there really any need to just felt it in? I do like just to felt the end. Oh, let me show you what I'm doing first. Got that on there. I do just like to do a little, like, be really careful of not pushing the needle into the wire. If you're just lightly doing it, and I'm using the light needle because I really am just doing what I kind of refer to as a tacking stitch. Let's just wrap that around there so that's out of the way. Okay, now I had a little bit left over there, and I'm gonna just wrap that around the chest just to make use of that. I like to kind of do a figure of an 8 around the chest. Get that light little needle again. Onto the wall, wool onto wool. There we go. Right, let's grab another one of my little pieces. So I'm going to come down the body this time. There you go. See, that's what I did. I pulled it out there and pulled instead of keeping it close in here, which is what I should have been doing. I caught myself. I was trying to think, get your hands out of the way, but that would be silly. Okay. Now, I'm just going to take it round the bottom, almost making him a little nappy by making a little sort of figure of 8 through there. Okay, let's pull that tighter. Just felt that onto there a little bit. I just like that, to know that that's tucked in. So this bit up here, let me just twirl that round there a little bit. And just tack that onto there a little bit. Okay, right, lovely. I'll try my best to keep this in shot here. I can sometimes get a little bit down like this rather than looking up and showing you. So obviously we're going to fill in that a bit more, but I just like to, in fact, let's do a little bit there and then take it down the leg, shall we? Yeah. Okay, just tuck that on there. Take it around the body. And then take it down one of the legs. Let's see if I can try and, if I haven't quite got this long enough, I might stretch it a little bit without breaking it, just so that I can get, even if it's just a thin layer, all the way down there to that foot. And that seems to have held quite well, but I will just very, very lightly. I'm just, you know, I'm really, really lightly almost rub the needle up against it, just to keep that in place. Right, that other piece, which is really quite thin on my case, I will just start at the body again because it's quite thin there. Not that this will add to it much because it's a very, very thin piece, but just to go down the other leg and give that a bit of a layer. Which gives us a chance to fill it out a bit as we go. Okay. Now, yeah, I probably need to explain, when you're wrapping like this, you need to try and get the wool so it's more of a ribbon than it is a cord. So what I mean is we've got these nice thin pieces and we're wrapping it round in its sort of ribbonness, as opposed to making it and twisting it and doing it so it's lumpy. Okay, we want it to be ribbon-like. There we go. Right, we're going to do the arms now. So let's try and do, I've got quite a long piece, so I'm going to try and take half out one way and half out the other. Get that so it's going the right way. Okay, hang on to that. Sometimes it's the unnatural way, as I call it. I guess it depends. I can never remember whether I'm showing people to do things in a left-handed way or right-handed way. I'm guessing as I'm doing most of the wrapping with my right hand that this is the right-handed way. So if you're left-handed, you obviously, in fact I'll try and do the left hand with my left arm with my left hand. Right, so that's out here. Because sometimes that feels more natural. Make sure I get it the right way. Yeah. Okay, so that's held there. And then wrapping, once again, see how we try and keep it nice and flat and ribbon-like so that we are wrapping it with as much, grabbing as much distance as we can around it, rather than, what we don't want it to be is like the pipe cleaner, which is obviously like a cord. We want it to be more ribbon-like. I hope that makes sense. Okay, let's just do a little tack stitch in place. Okay. Right, so we've got all these bits left now. So I think those legs are pretty puny. So I am definitely going to go from the body down there again. Let me just tack that on there. Get that down here. Do a nice big wrap down that leg. Oh, a bit of veg metal there. Grab that out. Okay. Wrap that down here. Stretch that out. Bring it back up. I always, ending at the end of a limb is never sort of, it's nice to have it wrapped. I know I haven't quite caught the end of that wire yet, but you've got more chance of enclosing your wire if you wrap it back up, because I can now easily sort of manoeuvre some of that down and over that. Whereas if it was an end, it would just be a flimsy end. Okay, okay. Right, so I've got a little bit sticking out there. Just tuck that back in. Shame we can't do that with our own bodies, really, isn't it? Well, I'm talking about myself. I'm not talking about you. Shouldn't make assumptions. Okay. Let's just tack that little bit on, and we're going to go down the other leg. Well, I'm going to go down the other leg. If you're following me, you are also going to go down that leg. So we are basically trying to progress to, let me see, where are we? Just getting a nice layout all over. I'm just trying to see if I've got good. Well, it's the picture 4, isn't it? Picture 5 relates when we've started with another. Use the rest of the quarter on the body. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's 5. So yeah, so once we've done this, we've got to use the rest of the quarter to build up the body. So these 2 bits here, the rest of the quarter to build up the body, shoulders, neck. Continue to wrap and felt in the same way. Be careful not to hit the wire. Once you've added some thickness, it will be easier to avoid the wire. Indeed. So the rest of it, try and make it look like picture 5. Okay, so we've got his spindly legs with a bit more. In fact, I think I've probably got more on my spindly legs than I've got in the picture, but that's all fine. Right, so let's get a bit round this neck and body, shall we? Right. There we go. Wrap. Round the chest. Slightly tack that all in. And then I shall start at the neck, I think, next, and come down the other piece. Just get that. A few flimsy bits hanging about there, just make sure they're all connected in. The great thing about this is that we do so much felting, you know, as we're adding bits and doing that, we don't have to worry. And the great thing about having the armature is that gives it its strength anyway, and it just means that it is really, really posable. Which, I mean, that's the other thing is, if you're doing the armature where you're adding the legs afterwards, you very much are adding them in a particular position. So if you are doing a piece where you are going to have it in that one position and you're not going to move it, then that's perfect, because you add the limbs and you add it in that particular position. Not a problem. But if you wanted to perhaps move it, not all the time, I mean, they're not toys, but you might want to sort of pose it slightly differently depending on whether you've got it sort of up on the wall or on its stand type thing, then it's usually better to have an all-in-one structure. Okay, so let's start at the chest again, just to then you really don't want to sort of pose it continually, because it's wire and it will break if you keep really moving it about. So the idea is it's posable in the sense, like you might have a jaunty neck angle. You might say, right, actually I want to put where I want it to be, I want the radishes to be over the other arm, so I want to be able to move that tighter. It also means that, you know, as you get to that part of the project, you can adjust what you're doing, and anything that you've done before is easily movable. Perhaps I'm just someone who changes my mind a lot. Okay, just make that nice and thick down there. I just want to make make sure it's all nice and in place. Very weird looking creature. There we go. But it looks nicely weird, just like picture 5. Okay, so 6 legs, using the second quarter. So we're now going to use one of the other quarters. There we go. Use the second quarter, once again, split it into smaller and thinner sections to continue to wrap. Use about half of this section, add some wool to the thighs of the legs, and then build up some more of the body. Pay special attention to building out the lower body. It will look a bit like he's wearing a nappy. Remember, your felting does not need to be neat at this stage. Right, so okay, let me split that in half, put that over there. So I think we're going to use probably about half of this quarter. Right, so yeah, so the thighs. All right, so as I can see, we're going to be filling in this area and this area. And say about the nappy, it's because you have this whole bottom area, so we have to make sure we fill in this bit here. So let's start doing that from there, and then go down and do the thighs. See, I think we've done the feet quite nicely, so I'm not worrying about those at the moment. But yeah, we need to fill out those thighs and get okay, so back up there and then round. In fact, why don't we do like, okay, you see how I've got it like here, and then go over to that side, and it's like a figure of 8, and it just fills in that area. And then we get our needle, just do a light felt, attach it to the rest actually on the limb there, and then do a bit of filling in there, which just gives us a nice light covering. Put that on there a minute. You can see. So it doesn't have to be neat, but it just helps us. I'll do it again on the other side. It's kind of like a figure of 8, which just fills in that area, because what we didn't want really to do is to get a humongous bulge out this side. And this also gives you a good layer that you can add to. There we go, just nice, lightly done. So let's do the same over the other side. Do I need to do a bit of, just a little bit of felting on the body so that it's not too fly away. Doesn't have much of a bottom at the moment, I have to say. Right. And once again, so this time we're going to go down here. We'll go down the other leg this time. Just tack that in there, okay. Bring that round and down there. So, see if you can see it this side, okay. So I'm underneath, okay, and then go over the top, round, under, over, under. Actually, I will just bring it over the middle just so that I can finish that off. Just make sure that's all attached to the wall previously wrapped around the leg. And turn him over. So we've got that bit out there, which I will probably bring over. Just attach that area to the leg. And I've got a nice area filled in there, which we can shape and knot as we go, but it just gives us that filled in space of the thigh that we can shape, make look smaller, add to, whatever we need to. Okay. Still needs a bit more on that bottom, I can tell you that. Lovely. Right, let's do one where we are focusing a bit more just on this area here. Make him have a bit of a nappy. Now, my wrapping skills, I'm not expert at all, and I'm hoping that I'm showing you that it is just a case of, you know, you wrap round to fill out. You can, anything that you think, oh, actually, that's not really gone in the right place. You know, if I found out that I'd put far too much down here, and I can easily felt it back up and into a different area. There's no, oh my goodness, what have I done? You know, I can't change that, because yes, you can. Especially if you're putting small bits on to start with, until you feel, you know, a bit, or you feel a bit more confident, because there isn't any knowing what you're doing. I don't think anybody ever thinks they know what they're doing. Right, so I have now got, I'm now gonna, with that final piece, just do a bit of a filling in all the way down. Start at this kind of chest bit. And then that'll be the final piece of my half of this, because that was the note, wasn't it, to use about half. Now, if you need to use a bit more, do. Don't worry about it. Okay, and then it finishes up down the bottom again. Once again, just filling out that bottom area. Probably gone too low there with that. Pull that up. Too low down that leg, I think. Who knows, but let's pull it up at this stage. Just as long as I've got him, yeah, a bit of a nappy there. Great. Just doing a really light felt, just so that it's a good base for the rest, which is coming on afterwards. Okay, because as I say, everything else is attaching to this, So I'm trying to be careful of those wires because I don't want to break my needle. Now you could use the, let's pick that up a minute. You could use the stronger needle if you wanted to, the green one. There's no reason why you have to use the light one. Just showing you here, I'm using the stronger one. I just tend to use the lighter one so that I can change my mind. But obviously this does a quicker felting job, which is why I've picked it up now, because I've put the bits in place. I'm just making sure there. There you go. It looks very, very weird, but so does picture 6, which is what I was trying to achieve. Okay, so with this, the rest that we've got left from this second quarter, we're going to divide it into 4. Okay. And we're going to roll 3 of these pieces into just like a little long cushion. I will once I've got that little bit out. Okay. Right. Roll them into 3. I've definitely got a frog in my throat today. So I'm just going to roll them lightly into sort of like fluffy cushions, as I call them. Spread it a little bit because it needs to be a longer one, because I'm looking at that picture 7A to go with it, and it's quite amusing. Okay. Okay. So these 3. So we're going to add them to the sides and to the belly because it's like a quick way to build up the body. And by creating shapes in the same way that if you were doing a sculpture in pottery, you would use shapes and add to them. That's exactly what we're doing here, is we're just adding a shape to build out this body, and then we can wrap more wool around however we need to bring it all together. So roll 3, add 1 each side. Yep, so we're going to add 1 each side under the armpit like that. And then we will add 1 to the belly like that. Okay, so first one to this side, let me use my little tacking stitch. So it's sort of going at the top of the hip, isn't it? Just attach that side there, and then attach this bit under the armpit. Oh, got a bit of odd colour there. Just attach that there. Put the other one on the other side. We can just do a really quick fill out rather than having to keep wrapping it around. Also, you know, we're not making a circle or ball. If we wanted to, you know, make a ball shape or a perfect sausage shape, you could just keep wrapping around. But we need to sort of make it bigger at the side and flatter here, and so that's why adding the shapes helps you to do that. Right, so let's just then lightly tack this into the side bit here, and we'll do the same around the back in a minute, and then we'll do a bit of felting before we add the belly bit. There we go, over there, turn him over. Just attach it there with a little light felt. As I say, I am at the moment just using my light needle, but I will probably use the strong needle in a minute. But sometimes I like to use the light needle to start with, and if that's working okay for me, I'll just keep on going. If I think, gosh, this is slow going, I could do with, you know, it being a bit more, then I'll just grab the stronger needle. It's completely up to you. Right, okay, I'm going to just do, so the shape I've got to get to, so the shape is, you know, a pear shape, isn't it? So we are going round like this. So let's just felt it into that shape a little bit. Lightly. Once in, you know, like when we filled in the thighs, we've sort of added a bit, and now we can just felt it a bit so that we've got something to add to or to shape. It very quickly, this is, you know, lovely warm, and it felts really quite quickly, the corridor. Okay, let's go over. Once again, now I'm aware that it's a pear shape, so I'm not going to, you know, put most of it at the top end. I'm actually going to make sure I'm pushing. Always, you know, you can keep pushing it with your finger, put it in place, and then just do a light felt. Even after you've done a light felt, if you think, oh no, that's too much, you can easily just scrape it down and get it. Or even, you know, just felt this bit a bit more, get your stronger needle, felt it in a bit, and just have that bit a bit puffy. That's not a problem at this stage for sure, because we really are just trying to get our shapes together so that we can build on them. Okay, let's do this bit. We're certainly not looking for perfection at this point. Okay, once again, build that in. Make sure we got some there. I'm also trying to be careful not to go into that wire, because I'm quite close to the wire there. I can feel it, but if I'm doing lighter strokes, I know I will feel it and be able to bounce back off it rather than bump and find I've broken it. That's the whole concentrate. Now I've obviously pushed that bit in more that side, so I'm just pouncing it back up a bit. Pouncing? That's not a word, is it? Not really. There we go. Just pull a bit of that out. Put that in there. Might be filling that out a little bit later, but that's that kind of weird. And we will then tuck it in a bit. Yeah. Because when you look at picture 7B, you know, it's moved it into a more streamlined rather than this hilarious looking. Right, now let's put a little bit on the belly so that we do. Let's put that bit into the groin. Sort of build up the pant area, shall we say, and then just bring that up. Just make that lighter up into the chest. And I can, so let's have a little go with this needle a minute. I'm still not doing a good old, you know, really deep because of the wires. I'm just trying to build on the layers I've put on before. Okay, there we go. You see, just gradually building it up. Keep turning. Don't just keep working on one place so that, you know, you really flattened it in one place. There we go. Yeah, that's good. It's feeling like a little bit of resistance as I'm using my strong needle, and that's good. That means that we've built up a good layer. Oh, don't know if you could hear that. It's my cat trying to come in. Oh dear, the door's locked, it's not going to be happy. And we'll have to nip off in a minute and give him his tea. It's been very good today. Usually when I'm in here, he likes to come in and join in. Now, I'm just going to check on little Milo and then I'll be back. I'm just looking at what we've got here. Yeah, so it's, you know, I'm going to do it with the light needle probe, but I just need to make that a little bit more substantial in the felting department because it's still a bit fluffy. Okay, that's Milo's eating his supper now, and no doubt he'll pop in a bit. I've left the door open so he can come and say hello. Right, I'm just going to use my light needle now just to do a light felt. It might, just because I'm doing it a bit faster, you might think I'm doing it harder, but I'm not. I'm just trying to do it a little bit faster. Just going to get that felted a little bit more rather than leaving it spongy. So it looks a little bit more like 7B. It won't look exactly like it because I don't think I've ever made items which look exactly the same when they're finished. So they're certainly not going to look exactly the same. The pictures are just sort of a guide to show you about where we need to be at any stage. It just gives you the shape to go for with the instructs telling you, you know, what technique or how much wool to use. But if any stage you think, actually, I have a better way of doing this, or a way that I prefer to do this, then you carry on and do it your way. Or if you've got another way of doing it, but you just want to give this way a go, just to see. I certainly have tried many different ways before I come to the way that I like to do, but that is exactly it. It's the way that I like to do it, and that's the way I get my results, but it's by no means the only way or defined as the right way. Okay, it's just giving this a little, because obviously, you know, because we've got the wire, it's not like when you've got just a bit of wool on, you can stab as, you know, gaily as you like into the centre. Here we have to be aware that we've got wire in here. Okay. There we go. There we go. Now, I think either I've got mine a little bit podgier here and the one in the pictures has got a little bit of a bigger bottom, or, you know, I've got a nice little belly there. I don't know how much of a belly I need really, but anyway, it will be adjusted as we go along. But I think, you know, I've used the amount of wool, I've got it looking close enough to 7B, so let's move on. Okay, so with the final little piece from this quarter, we've still got our third quarter in total down here. This is just that little piece left over. We're going to split this in 4 again, and we're going to roll 2 of those into cushions and keep the other 2 as pieces. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add the cushions sort of here onto the hips, because at the moment we've got this nappy and nothing. So as you can see in the pictures, 8A and AB, if we add the cushions to here and to here, and then the other pieces will wrap around them, which will sort of bring it together so that we'll have a bit more of a substantial hip, which gradually goes into the body. Okay, so let's divide. Okay, right, let's make this into a little cushion, which we've done before. Okay, so cushion 1, we're just going to fill in this little bit here. Put his little arms in. Okay. Now I'm going to use the lighter one. Okay, so just going to attach the top bit onto the bottom of the body and touch the bottom bit just to where we finished adding that extra bit to the leg earlier. Okay, and then just have a little look from there, have a little look from the front. So we need to gradually, so let me just move that up. So I do have a bit of a join there. Okay, I'm not going to felt it much because I'm going to wrap that other bit around in a minute. Let's put this, do the same on the other side. I think, oh, yep, Milo's in. Hi, Milo. Can you just see him? He's on my, there's little Milo in the corner. That's a new spot for Milo to go. Don't know why he's not sat on his normal place, but hey. He's with us. Right, add this one to the other side in exactly the same way. Just attach that top bit to the sort of bottom of the nappy, as it were. And then, did Milo leave the door open? Just a little bit, because I can hear someone's phone going. I don't know whether you can also hear it, but I suspect that that other someone might actually forget that I'm recording and pop in a minute. Who knows? Right, just lightly attaching that again to that piece that we added on the hip thigh. Okay, look at the front. So yeah, this sort of got that bit there and that bit there. Right, so we've got the other two bits, so just going to vaguely, obviously taking the veg matter out. Lovely. I'm going to just lightly tack that in the top and wrap this around. The nice thing about this is, you know, where we've added those little cushions and everything, you obviously get distinct lines where you've added it, and this just helps to cover those lines and make it a bit more integrated and of the same piece. See how, yeah. And then on the inside there, just tuck it up to the inner thigh. So we still, that wire, you know, is still that, see over here where we've got that wire, that's what's underneath there. But just by adding that little layer on top, we've kind of covered it a little bit. Just really, really lightly felting that in, and then that's a little bit wayward back here. So we'll be adding, even after we've added all the core wall. We will be adding colour later. Okay, let's do the same to the other side with our extra piece. So just tack it into there. Once we've done this, we'll be starting on the head. I know we still have another piece for the body, but this is where I say I like doing it this way because you get the majority of the shape on the body, and then you add the head and get it so that it's in proportion, and then come back and complete the body. So then if I need to add a bit more here and there, got the other piece. Also, probably won't use all of the bit that we've allocated for the head, so it means anything that we've got over there, then we can use that all for the body. So okay, let's wrap that around there, covering, there you go, covering those joins, which is nice. Doesn't take much to, cover those joins. If there's that little area where you feel, oh, it really does show, just get, a nice little piece of wall and just lay it across it, and you can cover it up. Once again, we've still got that nice sort of muscle, as it were, at the top. And I'm just trying to integrate this bit. Let's turn him over. Do the little line up there. Okay. Okay, so that's kind of, got that. I'm just looking at the shape of where we are with this picture 8. Did I say picture 8 A and B? It's just picture 8. Okay, so we've got that kind of integrated line up here and here, which is good. I feel that my piece isn't quite as full as the piece, the picture, but that's fine. I've got that basic shape of the running and the body, and so we're now going to, in the next few stages, do the head, get that in proportion, and then whatever's left over from the wall there, and also we still have this whole quarter left to do the rest of the filling out and everything, which is great. So brilliant. I am going to go off and cook tea, and I'm going to come back tomorrow and do that. Hopefully my next door neighbour won't actually be doing the work on his garage, because I had to wait a bit later today before I could do the recording because there was a bit of noise. So hopefully tomorrow we can start a bit earlier. But anyway, not that that makes any difference to you because you just will see me in a couple of minutes no matter what. But anyway, so that for me, that's a nice point to break, having got ourselves there. And yes, you know, this is often called the ugly stage or the alien stage that we go through, and you just have to keep the faith. And next we will do the head. Okay, so good morning. Today is another day for me. I don't know if you decided to go and have a break as well, but I always think it's a good exercise when you get to a particular stage, if you want to do this in stages, is to go and do something else and come back. I always do so much better when I come back refreshed. Anyway, okay, we are going to start on building up the head. So, as I said, you've still got the quarter left for the body that we haven't used at all, and I've wrapped mine up and put it aside. So I've brought back the quarter that I put aside just for the head. Okay, and so we're going to start to use that. So we need to split the wool in half and then split one half into strips. Okay, so I seem to have a little bit which fell off, so I'm just going to leave that aside and I'm going to do it with the rest. Okay, split that in half, put that over in half with the spare bit, and then split the one half into strips, about 5. Okay, well mine's quite a long piece, so so the core wool that you have, I have no idea of knowing whether your pieces will be as long as mine, whether they'll be fatter than mine, because core wool comes out differently every time you order it, because by its nature, you know, a core wool has had as little processing as possible and won't necessarily look the same every time we get it to put it in the kits. So I can only show you what mine looks like, and that's why the instructions are very much okay, you know, divide it into about this is what you need to use it for, because I don't know what your wool will look like. Okay, so I need to divide this piece into 5 or thereabouts, and I'm going to be wrapping it presumably around the head. I say presumably because I deliberately don't read the instructions before I come and actually do this, because I like to read them almost for the first time, as if you know, as if I'm you reading it for the first time, rather than me just assuming everybody knows what I meant when I wrote them. Because whilst I knew what I meant when I wrote them, I don't necessarily know what I meant now. Does that make sense? Possibly not. Anyway, right, I'm going to divide this up. Does it? I mean, it actually divides probably easier into 4 than into 4s than it does into 5, but well, I don't know. I might be able to get a 5 out of it. Yeah, there you go. I have. So I have got 5 strips. Great. So 5 nice thin strips. Okay, we've done that. And wrap one of the strips around the head to start to build it out. The end of the armature is the nose. So yeah, this is going to be like supposedly the tip of the nose. So you'll need to add some height, yes, because if we look at our little Peter Rabbit here, if we say our nose is about here, we obviously need to, we say the nose is about here, we need to build this out, okay, because that wire inside sort of goes there. It sort of goes across there like that, so we need to build it out, up and over, okay. And if we look at our picture corresponding to this particular thing, we can see exactly, yeah, okay. So we're going to wrap. Let's take one of our little pieces and let's wrap it round our funny little head. Okay, I'm just going to do my little tack stitch into the back here, so that if you're really good at wrapping, your bits never come untucked. So let's just say I have room for improvement. Right, okay, so can we see? I'm going to wrap fairly tightly. Okay, and then I'm going to do a little, what I call my tack stitch at the end. I don't think I need to do much more than that. Shall I use my strong needle for that? Just test it out. Not really. I mean, we've got the wire in the middle here that I'm conscious of as well. Oh, this is where I get my bits all entangled. Move that here. Okay. No, I'm going to use my lighter needle, the blue needle. But if you want to use your heavier needle, or whatever needle you're using, you go ahead. Okay. Right, so that's just sort of got that basic shape. I'm just going to do a really light little felt over, just to make sure the bits aren't going to slip around. Just catching them to themselves and the original bit which was on there. There we go. Makes me feel better, even if it makes not a jot of difference. Okay, right, next. So roll a couple of pieces into cushions of wool, add one to the top of the head and felt around the edges to hold it in place, and add another to the back of the head in the same way. Felt a little bit to sculpt it into a roundish shape with the nose pointing out the front. So let's look at the picture which goes with it. Oh yes, it looks quite amusing, doesn't it? Okay, so we will have a little nose pointing out the front. So bearing in mind that, I'm going to just make sure I felt this nose bit in place a bit more, so that it doesn't fall off the end of the nose. There you go. See, sometimes you look at the picture for the next one and it makes you think, okay, let me take care of the last step. There we go. Right. So I just tidied up that little end a bit. So we are going to add, make a cushion, add it over the top here, add a cushion and make it round the back. So we're basically building up this bit. So we are basically, bear in mind I said the nose is here, the nose is here and our wire is there. So we're building up this bit over here and this bit round the back here. Okay. Right, so little cushions. I love a little cushion. So all we do, make sure we've got a ribbon. There we go. And we just roll it up nice and loosely. Loosey-goosey. There we go. Now I've made it fairly longish, just because I might want to sort of bring it round over the top. Okay. So let's put the first one on. Then they look cute. Okay, now tuck that around the sides, hold it down in place and just tack that side bit in. Okay, and take that bit down the side there. Tack that bit in. So, fabulous. And having done that, I am now going to just lightly felt down the sides, having done the two ends. Because I've seen the picture which showed the little nose pointing out of the front, I'm just attaching it to just before I get to that bit. And I know I will be adding more to that. I mean, if when we get to do the nose, that little bit where the wire is in slightly the wrong place, then I should just add wool over it and put the nose wherever it needs to go. It's just at this stage, it's a nice judgment call in terms of building up. Everything that you do can be changed at the next stage. Okay, that's why this reassessment happens all the time, so that we can change our minds, make things bigger, smaller, whatever is required. Okay, I'm just in a light felt all over, just to make it less fluffy, let's say. We have plenty of time to felt this good and proper, because funny, I always think it looks hilarious at this stage. We will be adding eyes and all sorts, and I like to keep it quite softish so that we can make the dents and add the eyes, and once all those bits are in place, we can felt harder to our heart's content if we need to. Okay, so there you go, that's that bit. So now I need to add a bit around the back, so I'm not going to make it quite so long as I did that piece. I'm going to make it more uniform, like that. Okay, and squish his little arms out a minute. Now, which way shall I do that? That way or that way? I'll do it that way, with the ends going out there, back there. Still nice and puffy. Keep looking up just to make sure I'm still in the camera. Okay, just give it a nice felt, light felt all over. I am not doing it harsh in any one place, just aware that it's got to be roundish. So it's kind of almost like random. Huh? Quite funny at the front, isn't it? Okay. So when I look at the picture that I'm kind of emulating, that front bit needs a little bit of work, doesn't it? Okay, so I'm going to just push that in a bit. Felt that down a little bit, so it looks a bit more like the picture. If yours looks more like the picture anyway, brilliant, you are ahead of me. Okay, so let's just if something isn't doing what you want it to do, just push it where it needs to go with your fingers and then felt it in place. There we go. That's where the nose kind of is at the moment. Okay. Yes, so the nose is kind of there. I'm probably a little bit top heavy-ish, but we'll just leave it like that because I know we're going to do lots of shaping. Okay, so that's my couple of the head and the back bit. Right, next. Sorry, that's gone off. Make sure I've got the right picture up for the next bit. Okay, so we're going to start to shape the head. So take a small piece of the core wall and fold, okay, out of the bit that we've got here left, or the two bits we've got left, sorry. We've only used 3 of these little 5 pieces. So we're just going to take a small piece of one of those and fold it into a triangle and form the jawline, okay, by felting the triangle on the side of the head with the point towards the back and spread the fibre out across the cheek. It's better to add too little to start with and then add more if you're unsure about how much to add. The point of the jawline will be slightly below the nose, yeah. Repeat on the other side, check from the back of the head and add some more wool at the back if it helps the overall shape. If it helps, the final head size will be about 5 centimetres by 5 centimetres. Good point. We can start measuring to make sure we've not got a huge head. Okay, so I'm just looking at the picture which goes with this. Okay, so we are going to start making this triangular shape that is in that picture. So in order to do that, we need to give him a bit of a jawline here so that it comes down and in. So that's kind of where the nose is, so that's why it is going to be slightly below where that is. Right, so let's take one of our pieces and I'm just going to take off that amount. So make a triangle, so that's where I'm just going to fold over. Okay, and that's my little triangle that I'm going to start with. Doesn't really matter which size I'm doing because I'll just change it. Okay, so let's put his little hands down a minute while I'm doing this. Okay, so nose there, I'm going to add this triangle so the point is at the back, okay, and then the rest of it is going to basically spread out. So one point up there, one point under the chin type thing. So let's just tack that point back there, tack that point there, tack that point there. And then I'm going to look from the front, and obviously I've just got a blob, but I can just shape that by going like that. So just by pushing my fingers into that shape, I'm going to now just felt that into that shape that I formed there. Okay, and then push that. Now we'll have a little look in a minute and see whether we've gone too far. Okay, so I'm looking at the picture. Right, so we've filled that out nicely. Just think we haven't got a brilliant shape yet. So I'm just going from underneath, just to push that up a little bit. That's the great thing about it being quite soft at the moment, you see. I can actually quite easily manoeuvre it with my fingers. Felt a little bit more, assess where I am. Okay. Obviously it needs to graduate a little bit more down there, rather than being a big old shock into the triangle, as it were. But I can add more down here anyway. Okay. Good, good. Just going to do a little bit there, because I think it needs it for no other reason than that, because as I say, I know I'm going to do this little triangle. So I'm going to add now another little triangle bit over here, just so that we're filling in this corner here. So take another bit, fold, fold, fold it over. Nice. Put it that one point into the back corner, one point towards the chin, one up towards the cheek, and then tack the points into position. Now I know when I put this first one on, I kind of ignored the bit going down the neck, so I am going to just put a little bit down the neck now. Okay, now that's that shape. Hold my hand in the way so I don't go below there. This is just where we're starting to do the sculpting, and it really is just a case, and I have never done it so that it's the equal both sides, because look at that, I've got far more down here because I thought about it than I have down there, and I will be able to put that right. But at the moment I'm concentrating more on the sort of triangle shape, because I need to put some eyes in here, yeah, in a minute. Okay, have a look at my shape on that. Okay, so he said look round the back, so look round the back. So round the back I definitely still have that kind of shape. Which I need. What I might do is just take a little piece of that and put it down the neck on this one, because I really did ignore that. Just to fill in that little bit so that there's a bit more of a graduation from the cheek bit, jawline down. And that one's definitely much lower than that one. So here you go. If I suddenly think this is too high, stick my needle in and take it to the shaft, so let the delicate bits go out, and I just pull it down, and I can put it back out again, and then suddenly it's in the right place. Okay, if you've got a big darning needle or doll's needle, that's another way you can just do that. Just pull the bits about until you're happy where they are. I mean happy-ish, because at the moment, obviously, as I say, we are just starting to do the sculpting. Okay, right. Look at the back again. Move that down a bit. Might need to add some later, but I don't know at the moment, so I'm just going to leave the back and just say that's okay. Okay, so looking at our next picture and looking at instructions, we're going to add the ridge to the nose. Okay, so certainly I need a piece of work. I need to work a bit more on here. So we're going to start from where that nose was and go up for the giving it that ridge. Okay, so I'm going to just, because looking at the Peter, he's got quite a nice little curve, hasn't he, down to the nose. It's quite a curve down there, so we want that to be quite a nice curve down to there. Okay, so we're just going to try and add that ridge for the nose. So I've still got these scrabbly bits left over on this half of this piece. Okay, let's start with this little bit. roll up a small piece of white wool into a sausage and felt it lightly and add to form the ridge on the nose. Start at the tip, okay, and the nose, and take it to the back of the head. Felt and sculpt lightly. Add small pieces to help create the shape, and if needed, add some to the back of the head as well. Okay, so I'm going to start smallish, I think, because we can add more. I don't want to make a huge ridge, so I've got quite a small flimsy piece. I'm going to roll it up. Doesn't matter how squishy this is, but I just don't want it to be too much to start with. Okay, and we start by felting at the tip of the nose. Take my light needle. Okay, so I am quite literally felting around that bit of wire which we said would form the tip. Okay, I'm going to take it to the back of the head and just tack it there. Okay, and now he looks quite peculiar. Can we see that? Yeah, looks quite peculiar, but I'm just going to, with a mind to that curve, which is great, I'm going to felt down the sides. Because you have to bear in mind there'll be a lot of filling in going on and the eyes going in and everything. So whilst it looks pretty weird at this stage, and if you look at the picture we've got there, we obviously need to flatten it down some more, but it just helps to make that definition of that nose and the whole tip. Right, okay, on top, just felt down. We can always add more if we think, oh, that's gone too far, but I am just felting lightly with my light needle at the moment. And this is where I might want to move it over a bit because it's a bit lopsided. Decide. Go push it over. I think it went too far the other way. Okay, I think that's more central. Move that over there, move that over there. Nice. Now, have I got that curve? I think I've got that curve. Yeah, right, look at that. In there, definitely got that curve. And I'm not too worried at the moment about that, but I will just take a little piece just to show. Depending on how hard a line you've got where you joined that on, just take a little bit and felt it slightly on top of the nose and over the join down to the side. Just, I mean, we're going to be putting a colour on top, etc., but it's just nice not to have any distinct bumps, I think, in it at this stage. Okay, I can see that line more that side. I'm going to look at the back again because it's mentioned the back again, so I'm obviously meant to be paying far more attention to the back of the head than I am. Because the back is where we're going to be adding the ears. So it needs to be able to support that. That's for sure. Okay. Just added very, very lightly those little pieces just to cover up my join where that went in. Okay. And we still have our curve down to our nose. Right, let's look at the back here. Let's fill out the back a bit more then, shall we? Just add, keeping that triangle shape. Make sure I've got a bit more there into the neck. And fold it up. Okay, into that side. I'm just going to put it in at the top because it's a triangle. Keep emphasizing that triangle. I always say whenever I'm making any piece, it's all about the shapes, and more often than not, triangle is the order of the day when you're adding, pieces for cheeks and things like that. I always look at a face and see the triangles. Isn't that funny? Okay, right. I'm going to just poof that into the top there. It doesn't matter that I got a little bit of dark there because we'll be adding colour anyway. Okay, so we've still got that. Mine's very fluffy, by the way, so if yours is very fluffy, you're doing okay. There we go. Great. That's yeah, so I think that's quite like that picture. So let's look at the next stage. Okay, so nose and mouth. So we're going to fold a small piece of white wool into a triangle and add it to the tip of the nose. Okay, so that's going to be, we're going to be starting to create this little nose shape, yeah? This little nose shape here. So we're going to be adding that. Okay, add it to the tip of the nose. Felt it in place and emphasize that V shape underneath. And if you have any wool left over from the first half, so this is this straggly little bit, we can use it to fill out the back if needed. I think I've already done that in the last little exercise, but okay. So let me decide where I'm going to do that then, like we did. If you did the first Improvers Peter with me, we actually decided, we put sort of our needle in and decided where that was going to be, because if you look at our Peter here, his nose is quite low down. So we've got this low down nose and the cheeks and the mouth and all of this up above. Okay, so it is quite low down. So I am going to put the tip of my nose there. And so the wire pretty much is just above there, because then I can add the triangle all around where that wire is. Okay, so let's do our tiny triangle. I mean, really, it doesn't matter how tiny it is, because you can make it smaller as you're making it. Pop it on, and where I put that, decided it was going to go, just put the tip in there, and then I'm just going to do the little V up the side, which is kind of either side of the wire, so I shouldn't have any problems with stabbing into it. And then I should go lightly over the top, because that's where I can feel the wire as I do that over the top. Okay. Now I usually make the nose too big to start with, and no doubt I will do this time as well, but that's fine, because I can make it smaller. but we're going to add the little cheeks and the mouth either side, etc. So I put my nail in here. I love to protect my finger with my nail. Okay, so that's got that vague. Let's push the rest of this up that nose that we so lovingly put the ridge in for. As I say, don't be too worried about if you think that nose is too big. Now, I should mention this now, not that we'll care too much about it because until we put the colour on, but this is going to be a nice V here. And the way the nose usually goes is it has a kind of vague V up this way as well. When you put the colour on, it sort of goes that way as well as down that way. So I just like to bear that in mind and think, how big is that nose going to be, type thing. There we go. Okay, so not a brilliant V, but that's okay because we will add the colour, which will really emphasise that, and put the little cheeks on. Right, if you've got any wool left from that first half, I do have a little bit, fill out the back of the head if needed. Otherwise, we're going to go to the second half of this piece, which we put up there, and we divided it all into 5, and this time we're going to divide it into 4. Okay, well, I'm going to go that way first, and then that way. Okay, so I've got 4 pieces, and I've still got this piece left over. Okay, so I'm going to have a look at that back of the head. Yeah, I probably do need a bit in the back of the head, actually. It's a bit flat. I'm going to roll it up and just put it on the back of the head. As I said, that's where we're going to add our ears, but let's make sure we've got a good old base for them. Okay, just give them a little bit more out the back there. Okay. Oh, first I'm just going to leave that bit like that because the ears are going to cover it. What a funny little shape that is, isn't it? Right. So now we are going to use this, divide it into 4, use one of the pieces to create the little cheeks and under the nose. So roll some wool lightly into 2 small balls, felt these just below the nose, and one each side to accentuate the lovely nose shape. Also shape a small piece of fibre into a crescent shape and felt this under the pouches to create the mouth. The mouth sits a little back from the pouches like an underbite. Okay, let me just once again show here. Okay, so we've sort of added this piece without it being a perfect V, but we will be adding that little dark bit underneath to emphasize that. We're going to add these little pouches, and then we're going to add this little piece so that we make sure we've got the mouth. But can you see that little mouth is just, it's not out here, okay? We don't put the nose, the little cheeks, and then the mouth right out. The mouth goes in a bit, so it's like a little underbite. Okay, so let's take a couple of small pieces off and let's roll them into balls. Now the first one, I'm going to have a little tail so that I can hold it. Okay, and pop it that side, and let me just tack that bit in that I had in my hand, and then I shall tack it the other side pretty much where I put my little needle in to start with to suggest where the bottom of the nose was going to start. Okay, and then I can start moving it where I need it. So, can I see that? Yeah, I'm going to push it with my thumb, felting along the line under the nose. Put this back onto the cheek, out of the way. Okay. I might put the other one on before I decide how much I felt it down. Okay, so just put that little shape on. Where did another little piece go there? So roll, roll, roll. I don't think this piece was as big as the other one, but never mind. I can add to it. Let's just do the same thing again. Just got my finger this time on that. It was like a little comet bit, wasn't it, out the back? There we go. Push it into there. Definitely not as big as the other side, so I'm going to have to add a little bit. Not too much, but literally do it into a little ball. Just add it into the top of it. I've never been very good at pulling off two pieces of wool exactly the same size. I just add bits as I go to, and by the same token, it never seems to do it that it'll be looking the same both sides, so I always end up having to change it about a bit. Okay. There we go. I'm not sure if you can hear Steve in the other room. I think he's doing a live. He's doing it quite loudly. Okay, let's make sure we squish that bit over. There we go. Right. And let me look at the picture that we're building up here. Okay. Now I always think these cheeks don't look right until I put the mouth on, but let me still push them a little bit closer to that nose before we get the mouth and the chin in. That bit still needs, didn't want to push that bit. And I also think I will probably need to add a little bit to the bottom of my nose, because I think that bit wasn't quite as prominent as it should be. But hey, wait till we get the bits in place. I didn't have this one as big, did I? So I'm just going to add that bit outside as well. Okay, right. So, vague enough. And then we will put the little mouth on. Okay, so, because if I push that up, that's close enough. Right, so let's do the little crescent. So here, that's what we're going to do. We've got a little piece. Kind of make a little crescent shape and put it over. Put it over and over again, keeping that crescent shape. Roll it round so that you're always having folded bits at the edge rather than end bits. Okay. So I'll have all the end bits out this way. Turn it over. Once again. Okay. Now this is where we're going to add this. It's almost forming the chin, because I don't certainly have it much of a chin. So put that there, hold it with my thumb, but I'm absolutely making sure this doesn't come out. I'll have a check in a minute, show you. Let me just felt those little bits down so it's in. Ooh, I think my little desk just went down. Have to see to that. Okay, I'm just gonna add a bit more. So I'm just going to do again, fold over, make a bit more. My edge wasn't substantial enough there. As I said, I would much rather add not enough and have to add more than add too much and then start taking it off. Okay, so put it up into the chin. Feels a bit more substantial now, but probably too big. Okay, let me just turn him upside down. A little bit of felting around. Okay, bring him back the other way. That looks like a better shape. Okay, so if you look at that picture, okay, we've got that nose, we've got those cheeks. What I haven't got quite so much is that triangle emphasised down, but once we put those eyes in, we will still have an opportunity to shape this out a bit more, which is why I love it. It's nice and soft. I can keep moving it, but I might add just a little bit more to that tip there, because I feel that's just a little bit too of a round there. Now, okay, so my shape, I want to make it so that the nose, so that comes down and then the nose. I was saying about the nose, you know, has that kind of upward shape. This is why I think about it now. Okay, so I like that now because I made it look like that nose sticks out a little bit. Can you see? Yeah. So now that he sticks out a little bit, I'm happier with that, but I just want to give him a bit more of a tip. Hopefully this isn't too much. Might have to put my air conditioning on, you know. Of course, we'll be adding a bit of colour on this, so as long as it's close, I'll be happy. Just want this tip of this nose to be a distinct nose as opposed to the ridge that we put in. But we will be looking at that again and again. Okay, so I've definitely got my nose. So I've definitely got my little nose and then the ridge. Lovely. And then face. Excellent. Okay, I just adjusted my tabletop. There, it started sinking down. Oh dear, so that may be a little bit closer to you now. Now I've brought it back up. Okay. So, right, we're going to start on the eyes. The eyes have it. Make the sockets for the eyes. So the head is still quite soft, great, and it's a good time to add the sockets for the eyes. Yeah. Start by pushing in with your fingers where the eyes will go, and then felt lightly to make the dent more permanent. Okay, so at this stage we're not, this one we're just creating the crater, as it were. So from the front, I quite like to look at it and go, right, push in, and then go to the sides and have a look where that is. Now I can see I've pushed in around there, and I've pushed in around there about the same. Look from the top and think, oh no, I need to go back a bit on that one. And then just take your needle and kind of felt that crater that you've made with your fingers, because we need a crater to put the eyes in, and then we will build it up around it, because what we don't want is the eyes to protrude out of the piece. As with all animals, including ourselves, eyes are actually rather large. They're balls, aren't they? And they fit into the socket, so we're just, as they're only slightly half ones, but we're still going to, yeah. By the way, I'm very aware that I still have an area which is filled in more here than the other side. I'm going to leave it like that till I get to that point where, just to show you, you don't need to get it absolutely perfect right at this stage. Right, now I'm looking and seeing, is that too far back? I think I need to bring a bit of the crater forward, because even if I get this wrong, I can fill it in. Okay, and fill that in, can't we? Right, so we've kind of got our crater. So, looking at the picture, yeah, kind of got the crater there. Because bearing in mind, the ears are going on the back. Okay, so I'll show you. These ears are going, so at the moment we haven't got any of that bit in. Okay, so you might think where you're putting them is odd, but once you've got this whole bit on here, okay, they'll feel like they're further forward. Okay, so looking at that piece, we will have a whole extra piece back here in the ears. Okay, so look at the picture of the finished Peter Rabbit and see that the eyes sit quite high and just back from the centre. So you can see they do sit quite high, and if you put, I mean, with the ears on, they sit just back from the centre, but at the moment we haven't got the ears in, so that's quite a difficult one to judge. So you can kind of look at it in terms of where that bump is that we've made. But they're still quite high. They're not down here, they're actually quite high up. Yeah, so ignore that bit because we haven't added that yet, and that's where our eyes are. So take your needle or a pin and place it exactly where you want the eye on both sides. Check all around to see that they are even and where you want them to be, and wiggle the pin or needle to produce a hole. Okay, so I think the centre is going to be about there. And I'm going to put it through the other side. So if I look at it from top, I'll make sure it's the right. Now look at it from the front. Oh no, it's too high. So I need to move it down a bit so that it's the same as the other side. Okay, let's push it all the way through and then have a look at it. It's probably a little bit low. Move it. That's okay. That's not bad. So I'm pushing it through to give it a bit of a wriggle, to make a bigger hole. And let me get the eyes. Got your eyes? Okay. Let's see the next bit of instruction. Take your eye and angle it slightly downwards rather than towards the other one, because what you don't want is for them to meet in the middle. And at the moment, because you actually have, you know, fairly thin spacing, you'll probably touch if you got them exactly right. So angle them down slightly and push firmly into position. If you need to, create a larger hole with your pin to make it easier. Right, so do I need to grab a pin here? Or do I trust? So I'm just looking around for a pin. There we go. Stretch stuff, stretch, you'll get there. Oh, try not to pull anything off. Okay, got my pin. Alrighty. So I can see it that side, not so much that side. So that's where it's going to be. So just push that in. That side I can see. Push that in and down. Yeah, there you go. So they go in nicely without. And now I'm going to wiggle it a bit. Get my actual eye. And if it doesn't go in easily, screw it down. Okay. And then get the other one. Give it another little wiggle. Angle it down, screw it in, and check that they are in roughly the same place. Yeah, roughly. Pretty good. Yeah, so that's where mine are. Okay. Bearing in mind that we will be building up that corner when the ears go on there. Probably have a bit more up there, but once those ears go on, you'll see that. Look from the front and you can see them. So you need to, if you can't see them, you might need to push in the little nose bit, because, let's see, when you look at the front, you can see the eyes, okay? So if I look at the front, I can see them both. Good. Otherwise that's too thick. Great. Next instruction, if I have it so it doesn't fall all over the place, it helps. Okay, right, let's look at our little picture. Yep, not that, similar to that. Okay, right, so shading the eyes. Right, so this is where we're going to add the dark brown wool into the sockets to create the shading behind and around the eyes. Now you can, obviously, now let me take one of these out and put my pin in so I don't lose my place. What some people do is they actually colour the back of the eye with a dark felt tip or whatever. Now, in my mind, for me, if I've done that, there's no going back. So I quite like to just add colour in the socket, and then I can make it lighter or darker depending on how I want it to shine through. So I've already done it, as we can see on this one. So it just gives you can still see the orange, but it just gives a much darker glow. Okay, so we need some of the darker brown. We've got a little bit of that. So let me take a piece off. Okay, now You don't have to actually take the eye out like I did on that one. You can just actually lift it up. Just lift it up slightly. So let's have a look at the instructions. Take a small piece of the dark brown and lightly felt around the eye, and bring the dark brown out wider than the eye itself. The felting action here is a light touch because you're just adding colour to the surface, and therefore the needle does not need to penetrate too far into the piece. Now push the eyes hard back into the socket so that they do not protrude too far when looking from the front. Okay, so we kind of got that look before, so let's just place a little bit in there to start with. Okay, so right into the centre. And as I say, we're just adding the colour to the top. It doesn't need to penetrate right into the, bring it around the top. Okay. And it doesn't matter if you come way out, because we will be adding these sort of eyebrows, eyelids over the top, which will cover it. And in fact, we'll then almost add a piece of eyeliner to finish it off anyway. So I'm just going to add a little bit more. And then I'm going to, as I say, I screw it down as such. Yeah. We've got that there. Brilliant. As I say, we don't want to take it so far in that you can't see our little glass eye sticking out the top. And we don't want it so far out that it looks like a bug-eyed chipmunk. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, just adding it in place so it's not going to move anymore. Push it in. Need to have it flat enough that it's not going to lift our eye up too much. There we go. Push that in. Now, if you're someone who likes to use a bit of glue, now is possibly the time you would glue the eyes in. I don't glue my eyes in because adding the eyelids, etc., keeps them in. If you're wondering why I keep scratching my ear, I got bitten on the end of my ear by a little midge, and unfortunately when I get bit by little things, they go up. So it's a weird thing, but I've got a nice swollen earlobe. How sweet is that? Anyway, enough about me. Okay, so we've got our nice little black eyes, as I call them. Fabulous. Right, so we've done that, and now we're going to do the eyebrows and lids. So the brows and lids will create the surround of the eye, giving them a more natural integrated look. Take a small strip of white wool and wind it around the needle, hold onto the fibre at one end and then wrap around and make it about 5 centimetres long. Okay, when I say the needle, I mean this one. Okay, then we pull the fibre off the needle and roll it a bit in our hands, which will entangle the fibres enough to keep it in shape, and then tack one end lightly felting to the front corner of the eye. And I set that, we tack it here to the front corner of the eye. Lost my place. Yep, and then bring it round to the back and then all the way around to join the front again. Tack all the way around on the inside of the eye, and then once you're happy with the placement, felt on the outside. Use small pieces of white wool to blend the areas around the brow and the head, so once again to cover the join. Repeat on the second eye. Okay, so let's have a little look here. So as you can see, the corner is kind of down. So it's like down over and then almost a bit flat back down again. So we're not going to start the corner here. We're going to start it a bit lower. Right. But first of all, let's take a small piece of wool. Now, I shall say this again, I don't know whether I'm showing you this left-handed or right-handed, but I tend to hold my needle in my right hand and wrap it with my left. But if you're the other-handed, then hold it in your left hand and wrap it with your right. Oh, I can hear Milo outside the door. I might have to go and get him in. Oh, now, first of all, let's do that. Now, what is 5 centimetres? Don't even know what's 5 centimetres. I'm just going to gaily do that. Oh, yeah. It's about the length of the needle, to be honest. Right. So, we are basically, get ourselves the ribbon again. Ribbon rather than cord. Overlapping as we're doing it down. Oh, can you hear him? Can you hear him? Okay. Let's do it round. Do it round. Do it round. I'll just come back up again. Before I take it off, actually, I'm just going to rub it a little bit. Then I'm going to take it off. Yes, I can. I'm going to go and let Milo in. Just a sec. Okay, Milo's in. Milo is in the building. So just rub it slightly. Now, that's probably a bit too long, so make sure you have a little pair of scissors to cut it off. I might only have a big pair of scissors, so I'm looking around for a little pair. Okay, I'll worry about that when I get there. Right, so we take our, and we're going to start, as I said, I'm not starting the eye up here. I'm going to start the eye point down here. In fact, if I pull a bit of the brown out, so it's actually going to be sort of down here. Okay, so let me, not in the way, no. Okay, let me lean over, making sure you can still see. So just lightly tacking that in that corner, okay? And then basically bringing it all the way around the eye, because it's up and over. And at this stage, I'm not too worried about shape, because I'm going to sort that out in a minute. Let me just tack that in and have a look. All right, and then I can play around with the shape, and that's why I can leave it like that. Then I will go around and felt in the inside so that I get the shape over and almost the flat bit back down again. Once again, I'm going to turn it upside down so that I can see it and you can see it. Okay, so I'm just going to put that bit to there. Felt that there. Right, this bit a bit more up and over. That bit a bit flatter underneath. Okay, now then, too much. So this is where you can play around with it to your heart's content until you're happy-ish with the shape, because you can change this shape even after we've moved off onto the next stage. We're just trying to give it close enough. Okay, and we're going to put eyeliner around the middle. So You see how I've sort of got a bit of a lift at the top and more of a straight down the bottom. Now I'm going to use a huge pair of scissors to cut this because I can't find my little ones, so I do apologise. Please don't use scissors this big. Hopefully you have a much smaller pair. Look at that. That'll scare the life out of anyone, wouldn't it? Just chop that at an angle rather than straight off. Do that at an angle rather than straight off so that I've got lots of bits flailing out. And I can lightly just felt those down. Right. So now I'm going to go around the outside just to further get that in place. Still got plenty of opportunity for pulling this around and changing where it is. There we go. So we'll look again. And we get a whole nother go at doing the other eye. And if you hate it, pull it off and do another one. I've done that a lot, that's for sure. But sometimes it's better to just go with it, even if it's not perfect. That's not perfect, but I will get the opportunity to blend that in. We will add some eyeliner, and then once the colour goes on, and at any later stage I can add a bit more or felt a bit in a bit more, you know, whichever is needed. Okay, so that's the first one. Oh, and add a little bit of shading around the, not shading, fill in. I'm obsessed with the shading at the moment, aren't I? Just fill in around the edges with a little bit of wool. Just to cover up the join a little bit so it doesn't look like it's like a, and here are my eyebrows and here are my eyelids. It's a bit more integrated. Just a very light covering. I do this each time just so that as you go along you're making it look more integrated rather than waiting till the end and going back and doing them all. I think it makes me feel better as I go along. And if you feel more confident as you go along, it actually improves your work. Because you know when you feel more confident when you're doing something. Oh, hello Milo. Hello. Yeah. You don't need to scratch on the chair. Okay. It's time. Does he want some food or something? Probably. Okay. It's being a bit fussy at the moment, to be honest. Right. So see how that, just by adding that round the edges, kind of integrated that in. And then just as a final detail, and I think it probably says in the instructions to do this later on, but I'm going to do it now. I'm going to add the little bit of eyeliner. Okay, so that's just where I add the darker bit on the inside of what we've just done there. Which once again makes it look a bit more all one piece rather than I've just stuck some glass eyes in. Okay, there we go. So that's what eye in comparison to that eye. There we go. So we're going to do the same over the other side. Okay, so eye number 2. Take off another small piece. Get our little needle. Of course you can, I say we're doing it twice, I mean this is a video so you can easily rewind the last one, so I'm assuming I'm going to do this exactly the same. Who knows, perhaps it will happen slightly differently from the last one. Okay, so that's round there. Once again, rolling my hands, which just helps to hold the felted pieces in place. Take off, roll it a little bit more. Okay, so we are going to try and do this the same as the other side, but it's never going to be exactly the same. Pull a bit down, that dark down to the corner there. Push that eye in, lovely. So that's where I'm going to start it. There, okay. So let's push that to the front. Felt that in place. And then we will wrap it round. This one's not as long as the other one, so it's probably thicker. Okay, it's just, I'm going to felt that a little bit in place around the eye already. Bring that to the front. I may need to cut a bit off the edge because it's just a little bit bulky for adding there. I don't really want it to be that bulky there. I'm just going to chop that end bit off. Once again, do not use scissors this big, but I'm still going to do it at an angle, which will make those a lot more manageable as loose fibres. Okay, coming out. I'm going to check that. There we go. Let's do the inside again like we did last time. Push it in a bit. Okay, do around the outside. Right, that's just a little bit. I mean, in terms of changing the shape, it's more the inside shape than the outside, because we're going to add wool to the outside, which integrates that bit into. So what the outside does is almost incidental. It's what the inside does. Okay. There we go. So I'm going to add my outside little bits to integrate it, and then I can get a proper look at what's left to do on the inside, so that I'm not distracted by the shape of the outside bit. and I'm easily distracted by things like that. Okay, fill in that little join and just make it much easier to see where we are. A little bit more on the top. Okay. So very lightly and just filling in that space, and then I should have another look at that inner versus that side. Okay. Bearing in mind, I'm going to do a bit of eyeliner in that eyeliner in a minute, which will help to emphasise whatever shape I'm making. Make sure that's in as far as it should be. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to add the eyeliner, which actually is the next stage in the instructions, but I like to get that done because it helps me to see the shape that we're producing. So you can see that even when you get further down the line, you can just add an extra bit of dark in here to either, bring this little front bit out or to emphasize a shape in here. Okay. I'm going to leave that. A very slightly different shape, but by the time I get the colour on and everything, definitely it's a little bit higher there, isn't it? So let me just put a little bit of dark in there. The eyeliner department, chop a bit off. God, those scissors are huge. It's almost like a joke pair of scissors, isn't it? Very funny. Very funny. Okay, so I'm looking at the front now and thinking, yeah, they're about the same height. Good. You can see them still, so that's good. Excellent. Okay, so we are now going to add some colour to the head. And the main reason for adding it now is because we're going to do the ears and then add the ears, and it's good to add them when you've got a bit of colour already on the face. Okay, so we are just going to do a general laying of colour over the areas. Now we're going to be careful here not to cover the brows and lids that we've just added, and we also don't really want to do the cheeks or the little bit here. And in fact, if we look at the picture with this one, it shows, yeah, very much that you've got those bits left free. So looking at the instructions, take a small piece of light brown wool, start to add to the back of the head. It's blended wool, so it won't need to be too thick. So what I mean by that is this isn't just all one colour. As you can see, all the different colours, fabulous colours which come out. So it's not like adding, you know, a thick yellow or something which you would need to have really thick and have it all over. It's just a blended wool, so we can take it and make it very, very thin pieces and add it, and it doesn't matter that a bit of the white shows through. Okay, it's blendable. Then progress to the jawline, cheeks, and finally the nose ridge. Be sure to leave the brow lids, etc., etc. And then we get onto the ears. How good. Right, so we're going to go to the back of the head first. So let's just take off a really nice light piece. I'm going to spread it into that kind of triangle shape. I know the ears are going to be added on here. So that will add some fibre too. And that's mainly going to be created in this colour anyway, those ears. So we are felting this on lightly, okay, with the blue needle. So I'm careful to where I'm coming around here to make sure I'm not adding right up to the eyes. And same with this side, making sure I leave those. So a bit more has come down the brow, so I should just naturally bring that down. So just lightly felting in, and it really doesn't, and I'm trying to do it also adding it in the way that the fur would go, so the fur would come back down this way rather than adding it that across, adding it this way. Yeah, great. Now let's go round to the cheeks. Once again, this fur is going to come down this way and back, isn't it? There we go. Okay. And do the other side. So take a piece off, do that kind of bit back down from there around the jaw. Be careful not to do those little cheeks, but around the jaw. Down the neck a little bit. Important, I don't think it shows anywhere down the neck. Once again, we can add to this later, and if we've added too much, we can easily lay a little light bit of the core white wool over the top to tone it back down again. Nothing is undoable. I'm just going to have a little look at that. Now I know that I haven't got quite the same shape both sides, so I'm just going to look at that now myself. Do I need to push that in a bit, shape that a bit. Down into that part. There we go. Before I go up and do that bridge, nose bridge as it were. I don't want that bit too pouty. It needs to be that kind of triangle shape, doesn't it? Yes. But I need to, now, when I look at it now, those ears which are going to sit on the back, I know that I need to make sure that I've actually got enough of a back bit here. for the ears to go against, so I might add a little bit in a minute because I know that's the case. We do have a checkpoint later on before we add them. And also, let me just, didn't quite have the same amount under here, did I? Can just add a little bit extra there, just to perhaps make up for the fact I didn't quite have as much neck. Although once again there's plenty of room, and as we know, his little jacket comes up there anyway. It's going to come under his chinny chin chin. Let's give him a bit under the chin there. Okay, so I'm going to do down the bridge of the nose, right down to the actual nose. Okay. Not sure if doing it upside down is good or bad, really. Okay, so I'm just doing it into that V again. Wow. Let's have a quick look at that. That's a good point. Should I have actually put the shading under the little emphasis of the lines under the nose at that earlier stage? I've got to go and have a little look in a minute, because I didn't do it on mine. It may well be I missed that bit out. I'll have a little look. Okay. Yes, it's definitely a bit darker in the picture, but it doesn't necessarily mean I have to go that dark now. Just a bit more colour on that nose. We'll add a little darker tint later anyway to that tip. I'm going to draw that little V shape up there as well, just so that I can know to myself that that's going to be the actual nose. I shall relook at the shape that I'm doing this ridge as well in a minute to see if I need to. Okay. So I think there's a little bit there that needs to go in. Because it sort of goes up and then flattens. And that's where the ears go. Poof. And that flattened bit there. And if you've done the other Peter Rabbit, I absolutely do a little check to make sure that that's big enough before we get there. There we go. As I say, that other Peter Rabbit is a good training for this one because the face is very similar. It's just that I don't do it around a armature, obviously. There we go. Okay, now I'm going to check that and see if I should have added. Now we will later on add some more bits to the cheeks, etc. because whilst we're doing all this bit, we will get him a little bit dirty and pull him about a bit, and once we've actually got the bits all on and we finally evaluate, we'll say, oh, we need to just, you know, blend bits a bit more, and so we will do that. Okay, there we go. Quite cute, but won't look like a rabbit until he's got his ears. Okay, just conscious of his little, don't want him to have too fat a bridge. Which we can say easily adjust as we go. We just suss him, get that little V shape up there. There we go. V shape up. Lovely. Right. Let me have a little look. Okay, just had a little look at the instructions, and yes, when we created our little nose and everything, there was the last little bit of that. See, I didn't follow my own instructions again, which is to read it all before you do any of it. We needed to add the little lines, and it's quite good to add it at that earlier stage or now, because once again we'll be playing around with it again, and it will get toned in a bit more, which is no bad thing. Now I'm using the dark brown and I'm just putting that little V there under the nose, just to emphasize that a little bit. Okay, and I'm going to just bring it down there and go round the mouth. Yeah, go round the mouth. And once again, when we add extra white bits and everything later, if it's too much, we can cover it up, add more in if we need it. So this is almost like the undercoat. And even just by pulling little bits of white across, we make it see. Just gives it a little bit of a lining, and it will, as we go, make it less and less when we add little bits later. Now then, let me have a look. I'm going to just flatten that top bit. Because that comes up and there, hop there, and then we have the ears. Okay, get those ears, which will go there, which will cover a lot of this, so that's why this is just the foundations for it. Give it almost like a little bit of a flat top, really, because that's where that's going to go. Okay, nice, cool. So onto the ears. Okay, so we are now going on to do the wonderful ears. I think ears are always so important on any animal because sometimes the faces look very, very similar until you start adding ears in sizes, and because you've got cat ears, which take up almost half the head. You have these rabbit ears, which definitely get them up, and you've got mouse ears, and the moment you put them on, it makes that animal. Okay, so the bits that I've got for the next bit is I have a pipe cleaner, which I've cut in half, okay, and I've got some of the light brown wool, and obviously I've still got bits of core and everything here left over. Now, so the first bit, as repeats what I've been saying along the way, which is we need to make sure that the back of the head is wide enough to receive the ears. If not, we need to add some light brown wool to build it up. Now, what we mean by this is this space here. So it's this bit here. So if yours is really squashed, put it in front of the camera stuff. If yours is really squashed in and only really sort of about that, then once you put the ears behind, I'll show you on this. You see, you need to have something that the ears are coming out of. If this was all squashed together and thinner, they would, be coming out of nowhere. So you obviously have an opportunity to build it up around it a bit once it's on, but you just need to have that a little bit wider there. So I often end up having to add a little bit there on that bit just to make it big enough so that I can then add the ears behind. Okay, if it doesn't make sense now, it hopefully will make sense when you come to add the ears. And if when you come to add the ears you go, oh yes, I can see there's not enough there, then add it then. Okay. All of this is about learning and adjusting as you go. It's not about getting it right first time. Okay, so we need to lay some light brown wool on the mat and felt the outline of the ear. We've got the ear template, which is in the brochure, and then take a half pipe cleaner and wrap the light brown wool tightly around the half length. Okay, so I've got my template, which I cut out of a piece of paper, and I've got my 2 half pieces of pipe cleaner, and I've got my bin. So we don't want to go too mad here because the actual fabric of the ear itself, this back bit, is actually often quite thin on the real animal, and you can sort of see through it. So we don't need to go mad. So okay, let's look at our picture and make sure we're not steering you in the wrong direction. So looking at the picture, we're going to put it across this way. Okay, put it across that way, and then I'm going to put my template on there, and then I'm going to draw around the template with my needle. So hold it down. Please ignore my slice up the middle. Okay, so just with my needle, tap down the top edge, as it were. I can see if that's actually, yes, I can see that, fair enough. That's nice enough, because we're going to add the pipe cleaner on that line and then fold these bits in. Okay, so on your template it shows a bit below, because we will have a bit below the ear, and I'm just going to vaguely mark that out myself just so that I know how far to sort of bring that down. Okay, right, so we need to take a bit of the light brown and wrap it round. Now you can hold it at the end, okay, and that should hold it in place nicely just by giving it a bit of a squiggly diddly. Now you can wrap it round as you go, or you can turn the pipe cleaner, whichever is easiest for you. But all you're trying to do is get a wrapping of the wall around the pipe cleaner so that if any of it shows through your ear, what will show through is the wall basically. We're not too worried if it runs out before we get to the bottom. It's not that important. Okay, good. Just give that a bit of a, so I give it a bit of a rub, that just latches it on a bit more to the actual pipe cleaner. Okay, right, so let's just chop that in half again, not chop it, bend it. Okay, and then we'll just pop it on, tack it to the top, bring that down there so I can see. Get either side, obviously, of the actual. Now it'll come down, and our template stops there. Okay, we get to that point and just bend it out. Doesn't need to hit that line exactly. The template is there as a guide. As I said at the start, this is an art and not a science. Same with this side, our template gets to about there. So get it down, bend it out to the side. Okay. Just touching it in that. Okay. Now I'm going to just lift up my piece of felt so that it doesn't get too ingrained in. Okay, so to make sure I don't go marching there. So place pipe again over the line, fold the wall over it into the centre and lightly felt. And then once we've done that, we turn the felt over and felt on the other side. Okay, so let's pull that in and down, just lightly felting that. I should turn this as I go so that I can have a good look. I like to get a nice felt around the edge where the pipe cleaner is, and then let's pull this bit over this way, bring it all down to the bottom rather than all meeting in a bump in the middle. Okay, over the top of the pipe cleaner. Gives a nice strong edge. This pipe cleaner gives a nice strong edge to your ear. Also will enable you to be able to move the ear if you want a slightly floppy ear. Nice and easy to do. This is something you can change your mind on a daily basis and adjust according to how you want him to sit on that day. So just lightly felt in the middle there. This is where I was conscious that I did a very, very light drawing below of where that lower bit came to. Okay, so I can use that. Take these loose bits off, because if I need to put them in the centre to fill it out, I can do. But take it off for the moment. And if you think it's strong enough, then you can lift it up. Now I'm going to lift that up first and then I'm going to lift it off of here. Peel it off. Nice. Turn it over. Just felt lightly on the other side. Once again, defining that rim where my pipe cleaner is. Okay. Then I like felt in the centre. Let's see what else it's saying after that. Okay, once we're happy with it, I'm going to put a little bit of white into the middle of the ear because our little rabbit's hairs, even rabbit's hairs, rabbit this time, had little white hair in the middle. Hares and rabbits have that, don't they? Okay, let's just move that bit into that. It looked quite thin when I was looking at it, so I think it can cope with that. Just getting there. I can always pull that end bit off if I need to. Okay. Okay. So I'm really not worried about this bottom bit because it's not part of the main part of the ear. That bit will just help attach it when we get to that. So once again, let's just pull that up. Take a look. Now, I don't know if you can see that. It's quite. You can still actually see through it a little bit, and I don't mind that at all. Okay. So I'm going to just rub it in my hand a little, just to flatten all those down. I'm going to decide which side is going to be my inside and which one's going to be my outside. I think I'm going to have that as my inside. Okay, and we'll get a little teeny bit of white wool. And I look at the picture again. It says, emptying it off the screen. Right, okay. I'm just going to very, very lightly put some fibres in the middle. I'm not really bothered about putting it over the edge where the pipe cleaner is. Now, I just stabbed myself. Look at that. And that's because I wasn't thinking about what I was doing. I was thinking about the next step, and that's what happens. Okay, think about what you're doing, Steph. If I need to, I'll put a little plaster on there, just for effect. Okay, that's good, and now we have to do the same for the other side, I guess. Or do I need to do it to the end and then do the same for the other side? Oh yes, when we get to that bit, okay. So, we need to bring the pipe cleaner ends together at the front of the ear and twist to join them. Okay, so let's pull that off. So I'm actually quite happy with that. So we're going to bring those bits together like that, and then I'm going to twist the pipe cleaner, leaving the corners in the back. Make sure I'm not judging her. Twist the joint, yeah, okay. And twisting that towards the right. Okay. Making sure I've got a little point at the top, because he does have a little pointy here, doesn't he? Okay. Leaving the fullness at the back like that. Then hold the bottom of the ear. Stretch the inside bottom of the ear with oh no, sorry. Pull the back of the ear down to the bottom of the pipe cleaner, and from the front bring the sides right. Okay, so we need to pull that down to the back. So that back bit that we just, we made sure we got that there. I'm going to pull that down so that it's there, and then we pull these bits just around to the side. Okay, because this bit very much is going to be joining it to the ear. Felt in place. Okay, so let's felt this in place before we play around with it. Didn't need to put a plaster on it, it's covered. Okay, so just very, very lightly tapping that in. That's my next. So that then we hold the bottom of the ear and stretch the inside of the ear with your thumb to shape and felt as needed. Make a second do the same way. Right, okay, so this is where we have a look at our ear. Now, let me show you. Oh, she says popping the notes falling on the table. Put that there. There you go, hold that in place. Right, so as you can see with our Peter Rabbit ear, it very much comes out the back, has a nice little bump here, and then goes in. And more often than not, when we very first create these, they're quite flat. So we need to make sure we've got that nice little bit, so that's what we're going to use our thumb for, to get in there and get that bit. Okay, so when I look at this, this is still quite flat. So that's fine, and then I need to get that bump there. So I'm holding on to the bottom here. Because we had so much wool there, it's not really stretching it, it's just pulling that bit out and saying, yes, that's the bit that we're going to have. That's the bit that works for us. So now I'm going to do a bit more felting so that I can hide the fact that this is an extra bit. Felt away till I'm basically happy with the shape, and then I can pull it around a bit more. Okay, once again, decide exactly how wide I'm going to have that side. I like that, but I just need to tidy up that little bit again. So tidy that up. Felt that down to the edge, because I can easily do a little stretch again to pull that out again. How about the side? The other side looks quite neat. Okay, so once again, holding onto this bottom bit, and I'm just pushing it, giving it that little shape. And the nice thing with the pipe cleaner is, whatever shape you decide to give your ear there, it will keep it. So this bit is going to be nicely tucked in here, and that's going to be in the ear. So once again, I'm just giving a little stretch out there, pushing like that here, deciding whether I'm happy with it, whether I want it to be more exaggerated. I can play around with ears for the rest of the day. It's kind of one of my favourite tasks, but I won't. I shall play until I'm content at this moment, and then continue on, because it's the sort of thing we will adjust again later when we put it on, when I've done the other one, and again looking about the same. Don't need to look exactly the same, but about the same. And then we will put them on. Okay. So need to pull that. There we go. Okay, let's make the second one. You can see why I like having my little mat. A little bit of felt on top of my mat, because it's nice and easy for lifting up. Okay. Yeah, and two. Draw a line. Just make sure I know how far I'm going down there. Because I don't, basically the reason why I like to draw is bottom line, because I don't really want to go further than that. So there. Yep. And then any further than that line there. Okay. So let's take a bit of our light brown. And once again, just give ourselves a nice little wrapping. Doesn't need to be a lot. Perhaps I'm doing this side done slightly more efficiently than I did the other side. As I always say, I never do it identical. It never ends up the same both sides. And in my world, as far as I'm concerned, that's what nature's like. It's not the same both sides, so I don't worry about it. Do a little on my hand. Bend it in half. Point at the top. So I know that's where that is. Got the tippy top in place. Bring it down to the side. And it's going to bend out there. Okay. Bend that out to the side and just tack it all in place. And then bend our fibres in. Definitely haven't used as much this time, so I may need to add a little bit more. The important part here is the fibres go over the top of the pipe cleaner so it becomes all one. But we can then add more into the centre here if we need to. Bring that bit back. You don't really need to wrap the end of those because they're just going to twist together. Okay, pull that bit. Okay. nice. I am going to just pop that a little bit in the middle there because I know I did not have as much fibre in the middle there. Turn it over to the other side once again. Felt around the pipe cleaner so that it's nicely formed as a nice edge. This back on the front. And nicely like dot in the middle. Definitely not going too far in, keeping it lighter so that we don't hopefully felt it too much into our mat. This might be a little bit thick down here, but I'll worry about that in a minute. Because that can just be, that'll be pulled to the back anyway. Take it off again. Have a little look at how thick that is in comparison to the last one. I can still see through it a bit like I did the last one, so I'm happy with that. Okay, give it a rub in my hands. So decide which side is going to be the right side. I think I'm going to make that one the inside this time. A little bit of the white wall down the edge. Try to do the edge bit a bit more because I always think you see more of the edge than you do up the middle. Nicely in place. Let's give that a little bit of a rub. You can do this as much or as little as you like really, because it depends how fluffy-ish you want the ears or not. But I always like to give it a little hand iron, as I call it. Alright, so I'm going to bend these in. Now last time I said to you I twisted it to the right, and this time I'm going to twist this one to the left. Now the only reason I'm doing that is because sometimes by doing that twist it slightly takes that first part over the other way, so you kind of have a left and right ear. I'm not sure how much of a difference that it makes, but it's just something that I did when I did the first one. Okay. See, I didn't do it very well because it came undone. A bit tighter stuff, twist. Okay. Okay, hold on to it when I'm playing with it. That makes sense, doesn't it? Right, so I twisted it the other way. So once again, we've got the bulb at the back, and we pull it down to the bottom, and then we just wrap those bits around the side. We felt them in place. This is the part which will attach to the back of the head. So it's good to have lots of fibres in there. To do that, helps us to create the shape behind as well, which we will now do. Okay, I will bring the other one up and compare it. But I'll just get the pushing my come out a bit first, and then felt these little folds in to the edge so that they don't look like folds. Same the other side. And have another look again, and then we will start comparing it in a minute. It's really dissimilar, but this one's got a bit lower. There we go. Yeah, it's close enough. Okay, so I'm going to just felt that little fold into there. To hide it. And then come back, still holding it there. Let's again push that bit out so I know I've got that stretched. You can, if you look inside like I did there and see, oh, that white bit's moved away from the edge, by all means move it about, felt it a bit more. Okay, that one's put that a bit wider. Because this will add to the ear, to the head like that. So that went that way, that one went that way. Yeah. So I have my two little ears like that. Do that fold. Two little ears. There we go. So we actually are now going to attach these to the back of the head. So first of all, get yourself a couple of pins so that we can pin them on. It's always a good idea to use pins because you can really get to play around with. I'll try and stretch across without throwing water all over the workstation. It's always an advantage. Okay, these are, oh there you go. There's another one there somewhere, exactly the same. Right. My pin dish is magnetised, so everything, including my scissors, have been very attracted to it. Right. Okay, let's have a look at the next picture so that I'm not going off piece, as it were. Right, there we go. So we've got that, so we're going to pin that in place. Lovely. Now this is where you decide where you want your ears. Okay, so the way I have the ears on my Peter here is I didn't have them both, you know, facing forward. This one definitely is facing out that way. This one is definitely facing forward. And when you look at the back, so I had it slightly turned that way from the start. So I knew I wanted to do that at the start. So, but because we are using pipe cleaners, even when you've got it on straight, you can still twist it around if you need to and play around with that. Okay, so you decide how you want your ears, basically. So let's have a little play. So I think I decided I was going to do it like that, so like that. So let's just pop that on. And this is where we get to see whether we've got a big enough bit at the back of the head. Okay. Just pin them on and start playing. Have a look. No, is there any more? Yeah, pin the ears to the back of the head, look from all angles, and when you're happy, as you felt them in place. And you felt them in place by adding light brown wool to cover over the joins, yes. Right, so here we go. Yes, that's a little bit all over the place. Not so good. So let's pop that down a bit. See how we like that. Or whether we think it's too high again. That one still looks too high. Okay. So this is where you need to have enough flat across the back here so that you can add these ears and move them about. Okay. I'm having a good play with mine, so I quite like the idea of them being there like that. I might give them a little tack in place to really see how I like it. Let's do a little couple of tack down sides with the pin in. I think they might be too far apart, but that's how I'm going to look. And so yeah, I don't mind where this one is as such. I think that one's quite well placed, so let me do that a little more. Still a light tack because I can pick that up and take that off, okay. Whereas this one, I think, is too far over. Yes, I think that's better. And I will fill in the front here a bit more because I feel that that rounded is going down the back. So when we attach it proper, I shall add some more around there. Okay, so I quite like his ears like that. Let me tack this one in. And also, because I've not added any wool yet, the tacking really is quite light. Once I've added wool, it's almost like you're stapling wool over it, and it holds it in place far more firmer. So I am still doing my checking. Now that ear is definitely higher, so I might want to just pop it down a bit. Better. You see how I literally just pulled it off because it was just tacked in place. I'm happy with that. Okay, so let's get some more light brown. I'm going to add it to the back to cover that join, but I'm also going to take it round the front so that it makes this, because at the moment they literally look like they're coming out the back of the head. Okay, so if I bring it round, if I show you on Peter who's finished, you see by bringing the fibre around the front here and felting this in, it absolutely, the ear is coming completely out of the head. Whereas if I had it where it is at the moment, you'd have a gap here and it would look like it was just sticking out the back. So we add some here to cover that, but then we'll add it around the front so it really joins it to the front of the head. So let's use not too much to start with. Just got that in place around the pipe cleaner. Obviously very aware where that is. Keep touching that with my finger so I know where that is. and just felting either side of it. Just slightly touched it there. Push it in a bit more with my finger so that it absolutely isn't protruding out the back, because we really don't want the ears to protrude out the back. Okay, there we go. Right, now I'm going to bring a bit around the front. So I'm going to firstly put wool down the middle, and then I'm going to put some down the side. Do this here, this side first, decide that I like it, and then do the other side. Take that pin out now, bring that round. Okay. Obviously we want the ears to be nice and sturdy, so this helps to also provide that structure, but also the visual. As I was saying, once again, you know, we don't have to get it perfect at this stage, because once we've got the jacket and everything on, we might decide we need to add a bit more to improve how it looks with the jacket. It's not one touch and done, put it that way. Right, I've got some, still got some more of the white down there. Okay, let's use those bits. Okay, I'm going to put that bit on the side. I'll put a bit down the middle. Or I might need to put a bit more for this side, but let me just put this around the side first. And bring it to the front. So I'm just trying to join up the head with the ears, just doing a gradual, so you can still pull them about. Okay, and it will no doubt need a bit of tidying up once we've completely got this sorted, but I try to wait till the end to do the tidying up, just because so many other things happen when you're creating your piece, in terms of pulling around and putting things up and holding. I don't want to think, right, I've made this perfect, huh? And then find, because I've got to handle him a lot more, doing his jacket and things, find that I've actually not mucked it up, but undone some of my good work, let's say. Okay, so I'm going to slightly turn that ear that way. Just need to attach that bit more to that ear there. Maybe coming from the back into it. And then front. Put a little bit more in there. Just to build up that bit there into the ear itself. Okay, just putting that little bit around there so that it's a bit more attached. And the inside of the ear. An awful lot of this is down to your personal preference. You know, if you are wanting to follow exactly our Peter on the kit, then you've got your nice picture that you can keep referring to and have them look exactly the same. Or you can go your own way, but this is all the same process in order to do that. Okay, there we go. So, maybe the ear over there a little bit. Okay. Even about there. That's nice, I like that. I like that ear attached there. I might add a little bit more just at the front there. Yeah, because that's a bit too flopping about, isn't it? Okay. And we do not want that ear flopping about, so let's just go from there into the, go from that side of the ear into the head. And use that to fill it up. And we'll pull it about a bit again. Okay, still using my light needle. There we go. Yeah, so I quite like where they are. Lovely. I quite like those. Yeah, we might need to sort of add a bit more shaping and everything in a bit, but basically those ears are good and in place. Once again, I'm just checking around to make sure I've not moved. Now I'm thinking that I've actually got a little bit too much chubby here, because the chubbiness should sort of really be that bit at the back rather than there. So I'm just going to go a little bit there, and I'm going to do the same the other side, just a little bit, and put my pull that out. Yes, I like that better. Okay, put that in the back, pull that out. So once again, done it up to the shaft, so I've got a nice bit of strength there. So I could pull that bit out of the back there, because it should be a nice jawline there. There you go. Yeah, grand. And for Peter Rabbit, bless him. Not as much on one side as the other, but that I can play around with as I go. Lovely. Ears are on. Okay, so now that we've got our head on and sized, and whilst we might think we want to play around with him a bit more and perfect certain bits maybe a bit more, the size and everything is great. So we can now finish off the body, because to be honest, I've got quite a scrawny little body on mine at the moment, and I certainly need to build him out. And I look at the figure with build and colour the body, and basically I need to get myself built up and round and down. So he's got a bottom, I need to give him a chest, and then I need to make sure he's a little bit more here, probably give him a bit more on his thighs. So once again, if you look at him here, okay, so he's got, you know, bigger thighs. He comes down, I mean, this is his jacket, but it does have a bottom, you know, he does have a stomach, and it does have a chest. I'm not going to worry too much about the arms, because the arms will be filled out by the blue jacket. Okay, but I do need to fill out that body. Now, we had a whole section left of the body, and we also still have some from the face, so we have plenty of wall to work with. So certainly I'm going to take the whole body section, and I'm going to initially divide it into 4. Okay, so I've got 4 pieces, plus I've still got these bits left from the face. So, where to start? So I think, personally, I'm going to lay a section down the back to build that up, and then I'm going to do a bit of wrapping completely around the body, and then obviously we need to lay a bit more around there. But I think to start with, certainly I need some down there. So let me just fluff this out a minute. Okay, and I'm going to roll it up. Okay, stretch it a little bit, and then I'm going to lay it on the back. Squish his little arms forward, pretend he's doing a swimming contest, and I'm just going to attach that to the top, pull it right down to the bottom, tack that to his bottom. Okay, so the way it goes is there's going to be a bit heavier at the bottom than there is at the top, so I should just pull that down so that I've got a bit of a heavier base than I have at the top, and I should just felt it round down the sides. Okay, so we are just adding bulk by adding our shapes and sculpting it on. Okay, get the wrong colour there, not that it matters. Just do the sides down there. I always like to go around the sides, make sure I've got my boundaries set basically as to where it's going, and then I can felt it down in the middle, knowing I've got it in place where I want it to go. Okay, so let's just lightly felt this down. And once again, I like using the light needle to do this because I can assess it, you know, do a few moves up and down with my needle, and I am actually, because I'm using the light needle, but I am obviously taking the wool into the centre. Obviously need to be careful with the armature in there, but I'm not stabbing it, I'm pushing the needle into the wool. So when I touch a bit of resistance of the wire, I feel it very quickly and can just pull it back out again. It's like earlier when I did actually stab myself. It's because I lifted the needle up too far as well. I wasn't concentrating. I was thinking about the next step rather than what I was doing. Fatal. Right, let's have a little look, see where we are. Okay. So that's got, yeah, quite pleased with that bit. Okay. So let's see where we are in terms of our piece and whether I want to put. In fact, I am going to give him a bit more down here. Let's take one of these pieces, take it in half, and in half again, because I don't want to go too mad. But it does have nicer thighs than I've given him here. Attach it there. Wrap it round. Bring it back up. Just got that in place. We will be adding the light brown to this in a bit, but let's make sure. I mean, we've got plenty of the core all here to fill him out and get these pieces as we need them with what we need to add the colour. Okay, just add a little bit more, pull that a little bit down his leg. So that it's a bit more attached, let's say. Okay. Might give him a little bit more just down that leg there. To the foot. I mean, my feet are quite bulky, to be honest, so I'm not really going to add too much to the feet, but I just think that joining part of the leg could do with a bit of work there. And once again, I can perfect this a bit more once I'm adding the top colour, the light brown. Okay, so I just wanted to fill that little bit in there because it was a bit wanting. So I'm not adding anything to the foot at the moment because I think we'll do the feet in a minute. Just want to make sure. Okay, so that's I quite like that. I'm just going to add that same little bit here. So basically add this to the hip and then take that round, bring that back up over the thigh. A little bit over there, put that up there. Also helps to integrate that with the rest of the body as well. You see? Attach it all together just lightly. It's only the top bit where the armature is. so I don't need to worry at the bottom. Okay. So you can refer to pictures of Peter Rabbit or the picture of our Peter Rabbit on the kit here, with regards to the detail of the leg and how you want it to be. I always do it slightly different, so I'm quite sure this one will be looking a bit different to the one on the instructions, as well as it will probably look a little bit different to the one I have here. Right. So here's going to be, I'm just going to get a bit more in position. Okay, going to be running. Make sure his head is going to be running. I'm thinking he's going to be on his toe on the, and he'd be bending forward a bit, won't he? So he'll be forward a bit, so just make sure that head's back a bit. Okay. Okay, that's good. So I want to just fill out a little bit of the chest and the stomach. So let me take another piece. Now I think I might take half a piece to start with, because we did add some to there earlier. I'll once again just roll my little cone. I think it was a cone, because I always make it bigger at one end, then I'll do the other, because that's the way we want it to be, because we have his little chest, and then we come down to his wider stomach. Okay, and then this time I shall just attach it here, where he joins up with his limbs. Spread it a bit. Okay. That's where his stomach is. Just to fill that out. Okay. So yeah, just gradually go down, and once again using the light needle, but felting strongly in the sense that I'm taking the needle all the way into the centre of the piece. But I can do it nice and slowly and decide as I go. Now, as I say, I'm not really doing anything to the arms, but I might do a little bit to the shoulders, just to build that out before we get to the jacket. Okay. Because I have plenty of core wool left, and it's as well to use it to do that, as opposed to wait for the jacket wool. Remember, you need to leave yourself a piece of white for the tail. It's funny, every time I've made Peter, I think he's finished and I walk away and I think, oh, there's something I've not done. It's always the tail. I always have a little piece left over, so that's fine, but make sure you have your little bit left for doing that no matter what. I always leave bits because I'm always wanting to add little details, you know, even when we put the light brown on, you might suddenly want to tone a part of it back. And the best way to do that is with the white wall. Now we're going to give him a little collar when it comes to his neck. See, I've started going around to the back again now, because I wanted to make that there. And he's got his nice little chest. Now, his chest, we're not really adding. Let's have a little look. Yeah, his chest is going to get a bit of colour, but the stomach will be white. So I like to put a nice last layer of white on, even when it's done with the core. Yes, I always like to put a top layer on. Just tidies it all up, because often when you're adding like this, you do the fur all sorts of ways, and it's not necessarily going in the right direction at all. So it's quite good to add it afterwards. Now I'm just looking at the picture that we've got in the, and I think he's got still a bit more here on his hip than we have, because at the moment that's definitely coming out, and we need to have a slightly larger hip over there, and the same over there. So we'll add that. I think his stomach's big enough. Do I think he's wide enough? Yes, maybe give him a little bit there. But I just want to also do a little shoulder. So how we're going to do that? We're going to take a piece here. We're going to do kind of like a figure of 8. So let's just attach this bit here. And I'm going to go around there, almost like he's sort of wearing a little backpack type thing. Just to fill in the sort of armpity, little bit of the top of the arm, so that when we come to pop jacket on, see, you've got like a little bit more there. Might need to do it again if you feel you've done it a bit thinly. It's a nice way of filling them out. Okay. Just needs a little bit across there. You'll need to make, I'm showing you how I'm filling out mine. I can't guarantee that your piece looks exactly the same as mine. So you might be putting less or more where I'm putting it. But it's just good to have an eye on the pictures to see where we're going to end up. Okay. And the other thing is, as I say, mine are different every time. So, they're fatter, thinner. It's definitely never the same. So, that's giving just a little bit there. I'm looking at the sides. Yeah, actually, I think he's actually wide enough. I'm going to just add an extra bit to the top of his thigh, to his hip. Now I'm going to try and get 2 equal amounts, one for each side. Okay, let's start with that. I'm going to add this. It's going to go down there. So let's just put that to where it will finish again. And just tuck those bits in. Because we will felt this down to a lot less than it is now, which is why even more of a reason to just tack it around the edges of where you're going to put it, because then I can assess it again and decide I'm happy where it is. Okay, so there you go, yeah. So I'm quite happy where that is because it's not too high. Let's just felt it in. So I'm felting it into the previous bit that I added, which makes me less likely to hit into the wire. Okay, and assess it again. Now we'll do a bit more because it looks good. Happy with that. Okay, a bit more solid, which means it'll be less bulky but nice and tight. Keep this nice and thin down here as it turns into the rest of the leg. Okay. And I will just put this bit down here because you've got these joins that you can see either side. Just cover those up a bit. Because otherwise my eye is looking at them rather than just at the overall. Okay, there you go. Yeah. So, when we add the jacket, you might decide, oh, actually the bottom's a bit too big and felt it in a bit more. And that's fine, because that's nice and squidgy. You see, we're able to move that around plenty. So now that's better, but I might need to make that less thick on the inside because it would be the outside that's the, sorry, putting my hand there, I shouldn't encourage you to do that. Just keep that nice gentle little strokes. Okay. There, you see, I quite like that. So he's got his nice muscular leg, right? And then let's just add that same over the other side for the piece that I put over there. We're going up there, pull that down now. Once again, tap round bottom again. So it comes down to the foot. Just try and spread that a little bit so it's less of a big line when it gets there. Okay, and then that one there. Okay, so I'm going to push that from the inside through to the outside, because we know from the other side that looks better, knowing that my wire is out the outside. Right, and now let's make sure it's about the same on the other side. Push it up a bit. See, by doing it at an angle and felting it towards the top, I am moving the wall up towards the top gently without me having to pull it with my finger. And I do that when I just need a little bit more. There you go, it's in the right place now. But not too much. I don't want to disturb, what I've done too much. But that just moves enough. Okay, tuck that into there. Right. Keep that there. Now, I think that needs to just go in a little bit there. This is all just me playing around. There's no right or wrong way to any of this, but I just wanted to get his little leg, which, is probably too big in one direction. But for now, it looks good. Just want to get in enough of the right shape before we add the light brown on, because what I don't want to do is to have to do major reshaping after putting the light brown on. I'd quite like that it's just moving little bits around once I've done that. Okay, I think that this bit needs to just come down a bit more to that, yeah. Okay. Once again, I did pull my needle through to that strong part and just pull that down so that it's a bit closer to there. Okay. And I can always pull that back to give that a bit more the knee, because we've got the knee there. I don't know if they call them knees on rabbits, but okay, a little knee, because it's like that there. So because it's a knee, perhaps we should put that little shape in there. Just give them a bit more than by pulling that out there, because he's going to be forward like that. There you go. Lovely. But as I say, once again, have a little look at the pictures yourselves the original Beatrix Potter pictures or the ones we've got here with the kit, and you decide how you want yours to be. There you go. I'm happy with that because you sort of got a bit of a knee there. So I think the outer knee is higher than that inside bit. Yeah, makes me feel better. And that one's just probably a little bit big. I can squish him into shape. Okay, let's just spell him down a little bit more. With my light needle again, because I don't want to make such an extreme change that I then have to go back and add more wool. Because the legs show out the end of the jacket, which is why I'm kind of making a bit of a longer time in sorting that. Okay. I'll probably make his nose a little bit more prominent in a bit as well. When I add because I'll add a little dark bit on there, I have a feeling to make that a little bit more prominent. And when he's running, his ears are back a bit, aren't they? So he's running like that, and kind of flying back, his head a little bit forward on his tippy toe, bending forward. So bending forward, it's all very much with this leg. Move that, so he's bending forward. So then head back a bit, because he's on tippy toes on that. That's behind him. And you can even twist his head if you want to in one direction. But, so he's forward, angle forward a bit. Ears slightly back, because he's running. Yeah. Okay, so I think we are ready. Put one shoulder higher than the other. Mind you, that probably would be, wouldn't it? Because he's running. But he's holding. It's there. Okay. Put that back on that. Should be. So this is. As you can see here, I'm thinking all the time, where's that leg going to end up? Where's that arm going to end up? Because what I don't want to do whilst I'm adding bits and pieces here is find that I've put some wool, which is then going to get in my way later. So that's fine. Yeah, that's close enough for jazz at the moment. Still plenty of time change my mind, which I most frequently do. There we go, brilliant. So we are now ready to add the colour. Is there anything? Add wool. There's some white in there. Yes, add. So we'll add a lighter brown to the top here, down the bottom here around the legs. I do always add it to the back, even though it's going to be covered by the jacket. But just, if there's a bit that the jacket doesn't cover, I don't want to have to come back afterwards and add it. It's there. Okay, lovely. We are ready to add our colour. Okay, so new top, as you can tell. So I'm actually back after a weekend, and in case we're going to spot the difference, I've actually changed my cover on my mat, because I used it over the weekend for something else for an entirely different colour, and it got all yellow. So hence why I have these that I can take off. In fact, you can probably see a bit of the colour underneath still. But yes, anyway, that's why I have my little covers on. So here we are with our little Peter, very naked little Peter, bless him. So we had got to the point where we were filling out the body, and now we're going to add the colour. So just double check, add wall to build, leave some white case. Once happy, add light brown wall to chest, legs and lower back. Refer to picture stuff. Okay, so yeah, we're going to, I'm going to put it all down the back, even though I know that the blue jacket's going to go on there. I'm going to do it over the top part of the leg, not so much in the inside because that stays quite white on the inside. We sort of bring it over a bit, but I shall leave that until we decide what to do with that. Obviously the belly's going to be nice and white, so chest, back, bottom and sides of legs. Okay, so this is that lovely, I still have lots of white left over for adding details, if I decide something needs to be filled out a bit more, but I am going to use this nice and lightly. I'm not going to put it in like one big chunk and put it on, because then that will be solid and I don't want that. I absolutely don't mind the white showing through, so I'm really using it quite thinly. And I shall start with his chest actually. Oh, now before I get going, I can hear Milo at the door. Let me just let him in. Okay, Milo is in the building and no doubt will let his presence be felt. Okay, so felt, very good. Right, so I'm going to start with the chest. So I'm going to split that there so it looks like a little bib, and just loosely lay that. You getting back out already? Come on, you can do it. Bless him, he's bored already. Okay. It's like any animal, is that if you shut the door so they can't get in, they desperately want to get in. And once they get in, they realise they didn't want to be in there at all. Right, so I am just doing this as a light felt. I'm using the blue needle, the lighter needle. Just going to bring it round under the armpit. So keep it loosely over the top of the stomach, which I can adjust by adding more white if I need to blend it in more in a bit, but at the moment I'm just laying the colour down, as I think artists say, don't they, when they want to get a colour on. There we go, just nice light movements of the needle, but I really am just putting that end into the, now that I lightly tapped onto the armature, but because I'm doing it so lightly, I hear it basically and feel it, but it doesn't do any damage to the needle. But I can either do it at an angle at that point. So, oh, and your back. And your back, Milo. Okay, there we go. Now then, let's put this here. I think I'm going to have to go on a training program with Milo, explain to him that when I'm working, attention-seeking activities must be at a minimum. There we go. Now most of this back is going to be hidden by the jacket, but when we lay the jacket on and put the collars up, it means I don't have to worry about what shows and what doesn't show if I know I've got it well and truly covered. So I'm just making sure it's nicely felted in to that top layer, so I don't have to worry about it getting in the way. Under the armpit there. So the jacket will cover that nicely, but okay. Yeah, right. So let's put his arms down again. Now, what I don't really want is too much of that going round the neck, as it were. I'd much rather it was more of a haphazard line, hence why I'm lifting it a little bit and then taking it up the neck into the sort of lower jaw. There we go, just to spread that bit. Should check out on the other side. Yes, I've just got a little bit there. That's just a little bit too strong. I should have spread that out a bit when I was there. Once again, like I say, there's nothing, especially when you've done it nice and lightly like this, there's nothing that you can't just pick up, move a little. It's just that neck bit. I'm not going to worry about this shoulder bit because this is going to be completely covered by the jacket. Just want to make sure that, okay. And then let's bring that down a little, because we will see his little chest. This is where, once the jacket's on, I often lay some little bits just on the chest bit, whichever way I want the fur, you know, to be seen to go. But I'm just thinning that out a bit because I'm being fussy. Okay, but that's often, you know, when you put layers like this on, you think, oh, that's too much. Don't worry, just thin it out. The other thing I could do if it was just too dark is get a little bit of the light. I'm not going to actually put this on, but you could just lay that over there and that will just lighten that up enough. Okay. Right, so now I'm going to do the thighs on top of the leg. Squidge around in the seat here before doing his sort of bottom area, let's say. Okay, now I'm conscious once again of getting the kind of shape that I want. Just pin that around where I want it. Down the back. Now we will integrate this into the side of the leg with some white that we will lay over the inner thigh there. But at the moment we'll just lay this down. I'll take this down to here. I believe the next little section tells us about the foot, what we're going to do about that. So I'm not worrying about that at the moment. So nice light. There we go. Nice light action, because obviously we have the armature in the leg here. So the lighter touch you give, the better. And if you need to do it more at an angle like that, because you're worried about the armature, that's fine. Less of a concern up here in the fleshy bits, because our wire should be far enough below for us not to touch that. It really is a nice light little tapping almost. There we go. So you can sometimes, if you do it really, really lightly, you can lift and pop it in quite quickly because you're not really doing much. Yeah, I suppose if you think, right, what I'm going to do is just tap the surface, you will end up going into the surface very, very lightly, rather than imagine yourself going in lightly, because then you'll probably go in a little bit too far. But when you're adding colour to the top, it really is like the kind of 2D needle felting. Imagine a very thin piece of felt underneath, because you just want to go into that top little layer. Okay. Okay. That looks fine. Let's go over to the other side and make sure we got that. Once again, make it nice and thin. Tap it around the edge. That line down the centre. And so it doesn't matter if you go a little bit over, because we will tidy that up with the white anyway. And then down the back. And then just lightly once again tap that top layer. And you know, it's not to worry if it's really, really flat, because remember, Peter Rabbit is a furry bunny. So if you haven't got it flat as a pancake, that's just fine. I don't think I do on any of my animals, and you know, unless I'm doing a skin, like when I did my elephant, obviously that's a skin, so I get that as flat as I can. But it's a furry animal, we can legitimately leave it a bit fluffy. And how fluffy you want to leave it is entirely up to you. If you get to a point where you think you've over felted it and it's too flat, instead of, you know, putting more on, can even get yourself a reverse needle, felt some of it out. The only thing with that is if you take it in too far, it will bring the white out, which will give you a nice little two-tone, which could be quite nice. So I just saw a bit of a loose bit on the foot there. Okay, I'm not going to put a little patch on the knee, but I'm not going to worry about that too much. I'm going to get the bottom done. Let me have a look at my little finished Peter here, because here we go. Because we want to get that bottom, because our jacket comes up here, and we want to make sure that's done to up there, because if you look up inside, you don't want to see Cornwall basically. Okay, bring that down there. But obviously we've got him white at the front, so it is just the back. Okay, we'll do this nice and gradually. Where's my needle there? Once again, making our little lines. It's quite nice. I've done that nice and lightly so I can add more on. Okay. In case you're interested, Milo's at my feet. After his little attention-seeking moment, I think he's settled down. I guess the thing is, he doesn't know whether I'm talking to him or not, does he? Because they don't understand recording videos. I've explained them to him, but I don't think he quite took it in. I think Milo's ideal day is me sitting on the sofa and just stroking him all day while he snoozes, you know, in and out, with the occasional getting up for food, I guess. It's definitely a cat's life. Well, in this house it is. Okay, just putting a little bit on the side there. I am absolutely aware that I probably put too much on because it's all going to be covered up, but I just do a little join up the side because the jacket does sort of flap open a bit. There we go. So that's, I will, once I've done that jacket, I will tidy this bit up a lot more. And whilst I'm dragging this down, I'm more than likely going to add some whites just to tone that in. Just add a little bit on his knee there, which I think I kind of missed a bit. There we go. There's no, once again, like everything else, there is no absolute. If you want to colour him all over and not leave white bits, then that's fine too. It all depends which picture you're going from, or whether you're just, you know, using the kit as the reference. Tap that down. Okay, so that's certainly got a good old start for me. I'm quite happy with that until we decide to neaten it up. Okay, let's do the foot detail. So we're going to add some light brown wool to the feet, building up the toe area in comparison to the ankle. Right, so wider down there, coming down. Take the light brown wool up the front of the leg to meet the colour that we added in the previous step, and leave the inside of the leg white. Okay, lovely. Just looking at that little picture there. Right, yes. So you can see from the picture there, I'm doing it very much from on the mat and bringing it round, because that's quite a nice way to do it. Okay. Which is to sort of shape the foot a little bit. On the mat, with it, you know, thinning towards the ankle end and out there. Now I'm just going to stretch that little foot out a moment while I do that. Okay, and then bring it round. Now I actually put a fair amount on this foot, probably more than I normally would, so I'm just making sure that ankle part is nicely felted in. In fact, I'm kind of felting it into the mat, to be honest. You'll be able to probably stand up if I don't watch myself. Okay. So I'm just trying to balance it. Yep. Okay, let's just grab a bit. Whoops. Oh, it's leaning towards me. There we go. Now, I'm going to put a little bit over the top, because it's this end we want to make sure has lovely, because they have quite sort of, you know, the feet, sorry, too high, you know, they have nice big toes and everything, and then it comes back down, so it's kind of like that shape, isn't it, the foot? So I'm trying to give them a nice ankle by felting that down and in at the back, and then I'm going to emphasize this end. I'm going to bring that all over. Now you can make this toe end as big as you like, really. It's completely up to you how big you want those feet, because you can exaggerate them, because, you know, there are some sculptures of rabbits and hares where people do very big feet, and we quite love it. So I'm sure in the Peter Rabbit film he's got quite large feet, but once again, it's up to you. It depends which reference you're going from. Remember, this foot is going to go inside a slipper as well, so I'm not too worried about the detail. I just want to get him so he's got a larger toe end i.e., you know, I'm not going to give him a lot of details in the toe. Now I can see my wire there. Lift him off. I can see my wire there, okay, which I don't really want to see. So I'm going to take my needle and put it through the end that we turned over, which will hopefully cover that up. If you've covered yours better than I covered mine, you won't have this problem. Can you? Yeah, make sure you can see. So I'm now just folding over that. There it is again. So I will probably put a little blob on the end there just to make sure that's completely covered. Once again, I really don't mind at the moment about where the colour goes down this end, because I'm going to add that in a minute just as colour. But I'd rather get this shape right. I'll turn him over. I can flatten his foot a little bit. Felt that into the back. Get that back of the foot nicely done and dusted. Okay. Continually to shape that so that it's thin until I get it bigger at the end here. Just felt up from underneath. Gives it a nice base. Okay, turn him over. Check. Okay. Got that ankle. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit covering of the ankle while I'm here with because as we said in the instructions, we will take it up the leg to where we came down. Just lightly, because we've got our armature in here. So this is where quite often very, very light. And if you are really, really close to the wire, that's when I do it on the angle again. Just make sure it doesn't have to go round onto the inside again. But it doesn't matter if it does a bit. We don't get overly precious about that. Okay. That little ankle bit. You see that if I do that when I'm trying to gather up the wool, when I've got light wool, twirl it round, it sort of gathers it up into that area. So you can lightly then just felt it into place. Even with that nice light needle. I kind of nicely coloured that in. Okay, now just have a look on the inside. Just make sure that's shape. Got that light enamel which comes round. doesn't colour as such. Okay, now I'm gonna colour that ankle as I did the other side. Okay. See, it's a nice slim part of the leg there, which is I'm very pleased about. And at some point I may put a bit more colour on there. Yeah, I might put a bit more colour on there from the bottom there. Okay, so just got it where it's coming out more at the front. I'm not going to, you can if you want to, you know, do the detail of the toes, but I'm not going to. I specifically have the wire going right to the end in this one because it's this foot which is going to be put into the shoe, which is on the stand. So it really does sit on that part of the toe, as it were. So number one, you won't see it because it'll be inside the shoe, but number two, because I've put the wire quite so up to the end of the foot, actually putting wool in there is not the easiest thing. If I was doing a detailed foot on the end, I would have probably stopped the wire a little bit back and then added the toes on as separate so that you can get that really lovely detail, but not required for this one. Okay, so and now we do the same for the other side. Now let's check where the wire is this time before we start. Okay, it is there. Once again, do a little shape. Which will be the base. Okay, that'll be ready to put on. Okay, so that's quite a nice position for it. Pull that over there. Start filtering that into that ankle again. This ankle wasn't quite as big as the other ankle, so I can do that with the brown rather than having to do prep work beforehand. again making that sort of ankle and end nice and slim. And then I think I've probably got maybe a little bit too much, so I'll take a bit off because I can add to it. Now this little foot is going to be in the air. And sit in there for a moment. Okay, so this little foot is going to be in the air, but once again he's still going to have his little slipper on, which can come off. Okay, but I actually do a little felt so that it doesn't flop off all over the place. So once again, it's just to get that nice little shape so that we can get our slipper. So I did show that correctly. Yeah, so you can see that slipper. Pop that there. Okay, so I am now building up that area around the front. I know where my wire's got to, so know where I can build up to. I will need to put some on the top again, I think. Just get that bit around the front that's got the wire in. So that it's great to have the wire right to the end because it gives you that strength in the shape. But obviously when you're adding this final bit, sometimes you think it's annoying because it keeps coming out the front. So I just add a nice big bit around there so it won't come out. And it can do its job that I want it to do. Without getting in the way, hopefully. Just a sec, remember this bit's going in that slipper. So we want it nice and strong, but it won't actually be supporting anything. Let's lift that up off there so that we can tidy it up underneath. Let's fold that down towards the ankle. Make sure that front bit is properly in. Nice and strong, good. The whole time I'm using the light needle because I like to do this gradually. I like to be able to change my mind. If I'm doing it gradually, I can usually tell pretty soon if I've got something wrong. You know, like when I pulled some of the fur out in the neck to redo, move it around, and the lighter needle enables me to do that before it's felt solidly in place, because the lighter needle will still felt it solidly, it's just it will take more action to get it done, to get the same job done, which is why quite often we use those stronger needles when we just want to get the job done. But usually when I'm sculpting like this, you know, adding that final layout where it's really important, because you know it's the bit that everyone's going to see on top. I like to do it slowly. It helps if I put it over towards the camera again, sorry. just a little bit on the ankle, just to colour that up to the where we came down to. This nicely finishes off the shape of that leg. I was having a look at, I have a Peter Rabbit who, I purposely did it in the white and haven't added any of the colour yet. And there's no ears and things, so it's just that base. And once again, every time I do it, it's slightly different, you know, from, let's say, the one that you've got the picture on your kit, from the finished one that I've got here, from that one that I've got in the white. They're all slightly different. Okay, so I like to squeeze with my fingers when I want it to go a particular way, because I can squeeze it down and then felt it to keep it there. Which will speed the process up when it's blocking it. But if I push my finger down and then felt it in place. Yeah. Okay. So if you want to, you can curl the foot a bit. It's up to you, because it's going to have this little slipper on anyway. So, you know, if you want to curl it a bit, you can do. I think we all have different parts of, you know, animals, rabbits, which we find incredibly cute. It might be the ears, it might be the shape of these lovely feet, or the bushy tail, but you know, that's the bit that you will have a very strong opinion about and want to do it your way. And absolutely you should. Because, you know, even Peter Rabbit in the books, there are many different illustrations of him in various poses which make him emphasize different parts of his personality. So you are quite legitimately able to add to whichever part of his personality you wish. Still put quite a bit on that shin. Just to get the lighter colour there. Bring it round. So keep those fingers out of the way. This is me faffing about, by the way. I'm quite sure you completed yours and were happy with it ages ago. There we go. Right. So you will have one foot bigger than the other, as I do. This foot, one standing up, is bigger than the one which is going to go in there. And at this stage, I am perfectly happy with that. If when we do the slippers, you or I decide that we want to change that, we can do. Brilliant. Okay. Next. Oh, we're going to start the jacket. How lovely. Okay. We need to get our blue wool out. Okay, so let's get our beautiful blue out. And what we're going to do is, to start with, we are going to just wrap this blue around the arms, which forms the jacket arms. Then we're going to make the bottom of the jacket on the mat and actually fit that to our Peter Rabbit. And then we do our collars and join it all up. Okay, So to start with, we are gonna have a look at our little Peter Rabbit. Now, my Peter Rabbit needs a bit more on his shoulder up here. He's a bit, okay, helps to do it here, doesn't it? My Peter Rabbit needs a bit more on his shoulders, a bit puny up here. So when I'm adding the blue, I shall make sure I do it thicker there. It doesn't look too bad here, but I think he's a little bit thin over the other side. So let's take off. Oh, I should read it out, shouldn't I? Okay, so jacket. Start the jacket by adding blue wool to the arms and shoulders. The blue on the arms will form the jacket sleeve, so make sure it's thick enough. The back area is just to support the jacket you will make in the next steps. Yeah, so we are adding some along the back here, but it really is just so that when we add the collar, you know, we've definitely got a bit covered there and you've got something to bring it up to. So to start with, let's anchor it in the back. Okay, so I am actually going to do a little figure eight around that shoulder part. Less of an issue, as I said, over the other side, but I just want to get that in. It will add it to the back as well, but it helps to get that shoulder in place, so I will just do that. If I need to add a bit more over this side, I will. Once again, it's a top colour, so it's light felting rather than strong into the middle. It's just the top layer that I'm felting this into. So this bit will just support the jacket when we put that on in a bit. But the arms will be the arms. Okay, so it's a bit better. Now let's just felt this from the back towards the there, because that's where I want to build it up. A little bit there. Okay, grand. And another small piece. So once again, we start small, we build up. I'm going to wrap it around a few times at the top here. Move that into that place there before going down. I'd normally have just wrapped it down the arm, but because I want to make sure we've got a nice shoulder there. Can't have Peter with rounded shoulders, good grief. There we go. Okay, so just start taking it down, and then I'll need another piece to take over from that. Just felt that in place. Get myself another smaller piece. Once again, start up here, further back than I was. Okay, I'm pulling it tighter this time. Pulling it tighter. There we go. Pulling it tighter. Okay. go. We will finish off the bottom edge with a little rolled cuff, but to start with, we are just building up this sleeve. Okay. Okay, I'm only felting down the sleeve where I think there's a bit sticking up, but where I've wrapped it and it's all looking good, I'm not doing anything to it at the moment. There we go. Okay. Because I added so much at the top here, I'm just making sure that the additions are more out towards the shoulder, because I don't need to have a fat underarm as such. Just wanted to build that bit up there, which is fine. Okay. Okay. Happy with that for the moment. So we will get, there's a bit of veg matter under there. Didn't catch that. Usually like to catch that before I felt it in. Okay, right. And as I say, we will have plenty of opportunity. We will actually, tidy up that end when we do the hand and do an end to it. So, and we'll be adding the jacket all around here and everything. So we'll have plenty of time to neaten all of this up if we feel we've got too much or not enough somewhere. Okay, so let's do the other arm. This one I'm doing more of just adding to the arm rather than building up the shoulder as such. Just wrap that round. Wrap that round. Leaving the bit that's going to be the hand. Just doing a bit more felting in place. Okay, so I think just a little bit squishier over here. So I'm just going to make that a bit more solid. So whatever I do, there needs to be sort of even both sides. And this arm I'm going to sort of have crooked round, carrying the radishes. So I'm just pushing that towards, because I know I'm going to have a little elbow there. Okay. And a little on this side is going to be more down and in a running position. This one's going to be more curved around, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Let's put a little bit more onto this side. Once again, I cannot see, obviously, how thick you're doing it on yours, but it doesn't matter because you need to make your own decision as to, you know, how thick a jacket, as it were. So how thick the arms need to be. But I would always suggest you don't put too much on because you can always add more later. Oh, there's a bit of veg matter, spied that before it went too far. This one I'm not doing as tight. Giving it a lighter wrap, as it were. And just giving it lighter felt where those bits are a bit loose. But this is absolutely me faffing. You can do as little, as much as you want at any stage. There we go. Right. There we go there. Okay. I feel like I might have added quite a lot onto that back, but I don't want him to be humpback Peter Rabbit. So, or hunchback. There we go. Right, lovely. Okay, so now we are going to start the bottom of the jacket. Okay, so as you can see by the photographs, the next 3 photographs, we're going to shape this on the mat. Put it up a minute. Now, there are no sizes here because at this stage we will put it on and then we'll put it and we can stretch it. We can even cut it and add to it. But I've tried it where I've measured and then added it and had to do so many changes when you've put it onto him that it doesn't make sense to do that. So what I do is do it the width of my mat, which is about 12 centimetres. So I do it that width. Also, you know, the way the jacket is, it absolutely doesn't fit him in the sense that it's not going to shut because he's running, and so the idea is that it's pulled back. So this is quite it's not necessarily the actual size of him is what I'm trying to say. So it's better that we basically create, just a second. Right, so we make, oh my cat, sorry, just give it an odd little cuddle. So yes, so we're making this bottom edge here, and then we will add a little line to it to make it nice and strong on the mat, and then we will fit it around the arms and everything so we know what sort of size we're going to do before we carry on and do the next bit. Honestly, it makes sense. Right, okay, so making the jacket. You're going to strap the jacket on your mat and then you'll fit it to your piece. Start by laying out some wool on your mat and felt a line around the bottom sides, and this will form the back and sides of the jacket. Yes, indeed. Okay, so we are going to lay it down the bottom. We'll also put some out the side. Some out the side. Okay. Lovely. There we go. So this is where I am just down rounded edge along the bottom, rounded edge up. Now, even if you have a much bigger Peter Rabbit and you put it on and think, oh, that's not going to fit, you will be able to stretch it. And if you absolutely can't stretch it and you need to make it bigger, that's actually easier to do than it is to try and get the exact size now. Okay, so if you had to make it bigger, and you could pull it apart in the center and then just make another flat piece, so you just extend that out and add that in. Trust me, that's actually easier than trying to get it exactly right to start with, because all felt can be stretched, you know. That makes the, wouldn't it be nice if we could do that to our own clothes, you know, sort of start to make them and then just stretch it a bit. Okay, so it's down that side. Let me have a look at my, yes, okay, so we do want to, this needs to be a nice light felt, because what we don't want to do is to have this well and truly felted into your mat, and it makes it easier for me because I've got this bit on top that I can just pull off. So if you want to do that, by all means get yourself a piece of felt, or even a piece of gauze like that underneath, just so that you've got something that you can lift up and then just pull your little jacket bottom off of that. Okay, so I'm just doing, before we add our little line, because we are going to add our little line to the edge. Right, now we need to roll this. I've got a nice thin line, okay, nice thin on wall, and I'm going to roll it in my hand so that we can then add it around there. So there's my last thin bit. Start rolling. It doesn't have to be expertly rolled, because I'm not very good at rolling. I usually put some water on my, in fact the best way to do this is to have some hand lotion. If you've got some hand lotion and put it on your hands and then start rubbing, it really holds the fibres together. It's great. But I'm looking around at the moment and I don't have any, so I'm just going to have to use the pot of water that I've got there. Put that on my hands. It still does the same sort of job. There we go. Probably made far too much, didn't it? A little bit more. And it doesn't really matter how thick or thin this is, because once you lay it down, you will felt it into the line that is that. Okay, I've done enough. Okay, so you lie that pretty much around that line and start by felting that onto the, well, you can start by felting it onto the outside or the inside. It doesn't really matter which way round you do it. I was on the outside to start with, and I'm coming on the inside now. Turn it that way, and then I can put it straighter down there, but it absolutely has an angled line. There we go. And then Okay, and now this time around the outside. Just down that same line again, still into the same line. Now, we shouldn't be doing this too deeply, as I said before, and I'm probably doing it at an angle makes it easier to not go too far into that mat rather than straight down. I'm doing this kind of at an angle, and of course I like the idea of going underneath the actual piece I've got down here, because it kind of keeps it neat, and it means I'm going into the same line and I'm not making this a very, very thick line that I'm doing this into, because I don't want the edge of the jacket to be really, really thick, and in fact I just want it to be strong, because if we just folded fibres over, it would be nice, as in you don't have any fibres sticking out, but it would still be fairly flimsy. So to have this strength put in the edge also means that when we come to do some stretching, it's still quite a strong edge that we're pulling, and hopefully won't pull apart. Okay. Now I'm just going to do a little bit more in the centre there before I pull this bit over. Okay, so this bit is coming up, just checking to see where that. Oh, you're there. All right. I was just checking to see where you were, Milo. It's okay. Okay, so pull that over and just felt along, and this is where I'm kind of flattening it down. Now, if you end up, because I say what we don't really want is a really, really thick edge. If you end up with a thicker edge than you would like, then that's when I use my hair straighteners or iron, whichever you want to use, to just flatten that edge to make it a little bit thinner. And in fact, I will do that today, just so that you can see what I mean. Pull that over. So I always have hair straighteners, clearly not for my own hair, on my work top. They're just over there, because they're easier for me to get hold of wherever I am. I can take them with me rather than the iron, and obviously I don't need an ironing pad. I can just do that within itself, so I quite like them. But if you prefer an iron, use an iron. Or if you don't have any hair straighteners, then use an iron. Okay, pull it nice and tight over that line. Felt it in place. Okay. Right, I'm going to turn it over the other side. First we'll lift that up, then pull it off. There we go. You might have to rejig the shape once you've done this, depending on how difficult it was to pull up for you. Okay, and turn over. Lovely. Now, quite pleased with that actually. Now I know it's quite thin in the middle here, and I might add something to it just so, well, mind you, that bit, let me see first of all. I'm going to see how it fits first of all before I make any adding of anything. I mean, I've got a big chunk bit up here, and which will probably come off, but let's see what works. And also I won't be doing any ironing or hair straightening on it until we have seen that bit and fitted it as it were. Okay, as far as I'm concerned, this is going to be the wrong side, and the other side that I started on will be the right side. Okay, so that's my piece at the moment. So it's fairly thin in the middle, but I'm not going to worry about that because I might have to either add it, or when I put it on, you know, it might go round. So let's have a see first. So this is a bit more flimsy than the piece that I've done on the pictures, but we won't worry about that. Let's have a look at the next picture. Okay, so we want to try the jacket on for size. Place Peter on the blue fabric and pull the sides to the front. The sides of the jacket should not meet. See photo of the finished piece, yeah, and even the photo here in the book. Absolutely they don't meet because they're flying out the back. If it is too small, stretch the bottom of the jacket until it fits. If it's too big, don't worry, you can lose the extra in the back. Mark and make slits for the arms. Okay, yeah, we can see that. And then we put the jacket back on Peter with the arm slits. This time make sure there's an allowance for the bottom of the jacket to pull out the back. Okay, so we fit it to start with, then we make sure we've got room at the back. Stretch the bottom further if you need to. Take off, add wool where it seems too thin where you're stretching. Okay, right. So we're going to lay Peter, so that's actually the right side, so let me turn it back over again. So I'm going to lay Peter. Now, if you look at the finished picture, let's bring it in so you can actually see it. Okay, Peter's jacket just seems to cover the top of his hips there. Okay, so that's where I'm going to lay this down, and then it flares out the back. Brilliant. Okay, so that's kind of the top of the hips. That's kind of the top of the hips. Okay, so there you go. Yeah, I'm fairly happy with that. Now, it's definitely going to need a bit of a stretch so that I can do the pull out later. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to do a little bit of along that bottom edge. Just going to do a bit of a stretch. Okay. Not too much, just so that I can have a little bit to play with. Okay. All right, so now I'm going to pull that up the front a minute. So we're going to add those, we haven't added, we're going to add the lapels, which will go up here and form this front here, but we just need to make sure we've got that. Okay. So to be honest, I haven't made mine long enough to need slits. I just know I'm just going to part the bits where that goes. Okay, I don't need to make slits, but I will need to stretch that out some more. That at the back will fit there. So I could add some more there to stretch the back. Okay, take that off a sec. There we go. So that's where the arms were going to go. It's where the arms are going to go. It's going to stretch. So there we go. Pull, pull, pull. This is why I like doing this nice, really strong iron. So by the time I get there, I'm not going to do much ironing at all because I'm going to have pulled it nicely. Okay, so arms, arms. That was coming into the back, so I just want to fill up a little bit of fibre there, as I said I would. Okay. So as I said, once again, you can see I've made this quite different every time I've done it, different sizes, put it about more than others. I think sometimes I've done it sort of diagonal across or I've had a bigger mat, but I just wanted to do it with the smaller mat this time, because I don't know what size mat you've got. And it's just easier to start on a size and stretch it and make it bigger than it is to start with two halves that you have to join together. Because it's almost easier to stretch it and fill it in than it is to do two halves. You see, I don't know if you can see that, it's quite thin in the middle. And that's fine for the moment. Okay. Okay, let's again that bit, tuck that into itself. I should leave that flouncy bit up there because it's quite a good way of attaching it. Now I'm going to add, so you can see I've started to get in a semicircle, which is about right, because when it comes in and flares out the back, that will be about right. So let me lay a bit more down the middle there, because if I'm going to be stretching anywhere, that's the bit which will probably suffer. Little bit of veg matter. Quite nice, isn't it? Think about Peter Rabbit going to his tailor, really, isn't it? Huh. Okay, let's try not to do too big a holes. Definitely, obviously going far too far in. Just giving it a bit of strength down that edge there. Very nice thin edge now, but I'm very pleased we made that nice and strong. Lift up that bottom. Lift that off it. Okay. Make sure we're pushing it back. It's always good to go over both sides so it's kind of gone one way and then the other. Further entanglement. Right, let's have another little look. So this is kind of armpits. That's up the back, isn't it? Okay, so that's kind of up the back. Let's move that, makes that nice and easy, doesn't it, to move that through there. Okay, so this is where, as I say, we have our jacket, which that bit will be coming forward. This bit will be coming forward, that bit will be going back. That bit will be coming forward, that bit going back. Should I get a pin? Pin's always a good idea. Here we go. So then I can perhaps demonstrate a bit more. Okay, so the jacket very much is collars coming round here, and then it starts going towards the back because this is where we have the flare out. Okay, this is where we have the flare out, and this bit will be on the back, and this bit will be flaring out above the little tail there. There we go. All right. So I am going to, I know we're going to add our lapel up round there. I will need to add a little bit more under there, that's for sure. Okay. Might need to make that a little bit neater. Let's make sure. Okay, the next bit is to make the lapels, isn't it? Lace them. Okay, so making the lapels, lace some blue wool on the mat, felt a line down middle, place a line of wool on that line and fold over. Lightly felt, turn over, felt again, pull off the mat, bend into a curve. Right. So we're doing both lapels at the same time, basically. Felt a bit more. Yeah, so we're doing the whole round in one. Okay, so that's not bad because that will be attached. That's not bad there, but that needs a little bit more there, I think. And that's probably enough out back. Okay, good. Let's have a look and decide how much more. Make sure. So, as I say, this one had got a little bit less under there than the other side. So I'm just going to add a bit more for under the arm. And adding to the lapel, as it were. As I said, it's not just the edges that you can use your iron for. If you find you made it too thick and you're struggling with felting it thinner, as long as you felt it so that it's nice and secure, then you can use your iron to make it thinner. What you shouldn't do is use your iron to felt it. So you need to have felted it enough so that it's substantially felted, you know, it's a proper sheet. You can't just put a load of loose fibres and put it under the iron and expect it to be as strong as you want it to be. Oh, is that a funny little sound from you, Miley? Oh, darling. You set yourself down for a little bit more. We're not done yet. Okay. Now, I know I like to make that into quite a stretched out bit out the back, so I'm just giving myself lots of ability to do that. But I am going to make that much stronger because I've actually pulled that apart so much. You make yours as strong as you think you need to. Like I say, that's for me, I'd much rather start off with less and add. Add to make it stronger, especially when you know the shape that you've got is the shape that you want. And that line is still strong, and you can just add more to it to make it stronger, but because it's going that way, it's a nice strong surface. I do like making a jacket, I have to say. It's one of my pleasures. Making Mr. Peter Rabbit's jacket. Now you can do this for as long as you want to do it. There is absolutely no right or wrong here. Okay, I'm just doing this bit here because I think this little bit at the back I've pulled more than every part of it. I always end up pulling this back bit. That's where I do my stretching, and to be honest, it probably wasn't that thick to start with there. Over that nice strong centre line. Okay. Okay, and actually I'll start off, but I will, as I say, use my what I call it, my iron, my hair straighteners, just to show you how I use it. But I like what I call my hand iron. creates a bit of friction in my hand. Helps to flatten it down. Okay. Nice. Might still end up just taking off the liner. Now, what you can do is do a nice light little felt around the edge. Just to make it extra strong and neat. And you can also, snip off the loose bits. Now, I would suggest I usually use a business card when I'm holding it between a business card, but I just want to show you that providing you don't lift that needle up very high and you keep it really low and you keep watching and I don't look up and look at you, I won't actually stab myself. Okay. A little bit there. Okay, let's put it on you again. Nice, it goes up inside there. It goes up. Wait a minute, with my little. And there, that's when we start pulling it. We hold it there, pull it back. That looks good, and then we put it in place there. Okay, great. Before I felt that in place and then start with the lapel, I am going to get my iron hair straighteners. Okay, I've just had a quick read of the instructions, and we will use the iron hair straighteners once we've added the lapels, but I'm just warming mine up. So we're going to do the lapels, and we are actually going to do them in two separate pieces. So I'm going to leave this on here at the moment and then go back over to the pad to make the lapels. So we need to make two, and lay some blue wool on the mat, felt down the centre line, place a line like we did for the edge at the bottom, fold it over, felt lightly, turn it over, felt the other side, put off the mat, and then turn it into the curve of the lapel. Fold a bit more to keep that in place, make two of those, right. And obviously one going that way and one going that way. So to start off with, we will have the straight line. Veg matter. Okay. Straight line. Boom, 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 boom. And then we're going to place some wool down that line, which I'm going to lightly, I'm just in future get my moisturiser on my table. I always used to. Certainly when I did my demos I'd have it here. So there we go, down the middle into that. Lovely. And now we just fold it over like we did the last time. Start down the line. Start down the centre a bit of the way. Lightly felt, I'm probably doing this too harshly, lighter than this. But if I try and felt fast, it makes me do it lighter. Let's see how quickly I can, felt it and lift it up. It makes you do it very, very light. And that's how light you should really be doing it. Yeah? Get a feel for that. And then just do it very, very lightly like that. I needed to remind myself, to be honest. Okay, we will turn it over. Do the other side before we make the curve. And when we make the curve, it will look like the picture. Nice and quick again. Right, and this time I'm going to make the curve. Okay, so by making the curve, we're going to push quite a bit into, bear in mind it's going to go from, let's look at the picture, make sure I don't do this different, turn down the picture, yeah, okay. There we go. So this is one of those times when I shan't have to add any more because it very nicely bunches it all up and makes that nice and yeah, before you say, yeah, I didn't measure it, there is no measurements because once again, if it doesn't meet up round the back, we'll just add a little bit. And if it goes too far, we'll just pull a bit off. And I've tried doing the measurements, and it just doesn't, it's not like having a tailor's dummy where you can completely measure things and it all works out. And whatever measurements I did for mine and gave you, they wouldn't be right for yours because yours will be different. I'm sorry, I've just made myself a little smoothie. Milo's back, did you see him walk across? Well, you shouldn't have done because you'd be felting. Okay, let's just do this in place. Because this will fold back anyway. Okay. Let's do it over the other side. And I'll neaten up those edges. Okay, so that we get a nice neat lapel. Okay, there we go. Now let's just neaten up that. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to check these all fit, and then I will do the sort of iron, as it were. Okay, make another one. I'll just turn over to the next. Oops. Okay, we will make number 2. Okay, nice. I suppose if I told you how long I made that, it might be useful. So it's between 9 and 10 centimetres long. It's sort of thinning out at the end. Nicely strengthen that. I always think of this like a staple. Staple down the middle. Okay. Okay, this one I might do very slightly differently than I did the other side, just to show a slightly different way, and we can decide whether this is better than the other way, which is once we've established this thin edge, we'll bend it before we do any more of the felting. There we go. Bend it before I do any felting. I have no idea at this moment. This is going to be exactly the same, worse or better. Okay. Yeah, I think that's the better way to do it than to felt it all and then do it, but hey, that could be what I actually meant by the instruction in the first place, so I'll cut it up. Yeah, that's probably what it meant. I probably just interpreted that incorrectly because it's a long time since I did it. Okay, let's do that a bit tighter. Still needs a bit of fandangling, doesn't it? So I guess once it's actually complete, they'll both be exactly the same, but it's whichever way you prefer to do it, really. Yeah, I don't think at the end of it you get a lapel any better than the other, so I don't think it matters whichever way you do it. But at this stage I don't want to add any more to this until I see how it fits on to Peter. So I'm going to tidy up this edge a bit. So even though it looks a little bit bare in places, it might be okay because of where that part ends up being on the actual finished piece. Okay, so I'm just going to go down lightly, even up that edge. Once again, if you barely lift it up off of the edge, it stays exactly where it needs to be. If I lose focus or get over, that's when I'm likely to hurt myself. Let's keep it at that, shall we? Right, does one need any? But definitely they will all do nicely from an iron, I think. But we'll wait, like the instructions say, till we have fitted this bit on. Right, okay, let's have a look. Place the curved piece onto the jacket whilst it's still on Peter. Check for placement to get the slightly turned up collar look. Lightly tack into position. That's actually on the other part of the jacket, which is still there. Take the jacket off, felt the collar in place onto the front of the jacket, so just onto the front bit, and match the second piece exactly the same. Okay. Really try. Right, so do it for one side, take it off, do it the same for the other. Don't worry about fitting it around the back of the neck, just make sure the front of the lapel looks great. Take the jacket off, finalise the front, neaten the edges, use an iron if you need to, and then finally fit it back onto Peter. Yep, okay, right, so I tend to do this side of the jacket first on the times that I've done this. Okay, so is this going to be, now I need to decide whether this should be the right hand one. Perhaps I'll do that where it's the shorter edge there, with the shorter edge there and the longer edge coming back round. Okay, yeah, that possibly is the better way of doing it. Okay, so where I had a shorter edge, so like on this one, it's going to be that bit, it's going to be the shorter edge, I guess. Okay, so that would tack onto there. And can you see how, yeah, so if it's turned up, and then I can actually turn it over if I need to. So I've thinned it out, turned up collar, right. Let me tack it onto that front bit there. If for any reason your front collar and your front jacket do not meet up, then take the collar off and add a bit to it so that they do. Now I will need to neaten up that edge where they join, but we'll do that once I've taken it off. Okay, and I can pull that bit in. This bit's going to go around here. And fit there, but I won't be tacking that, I'm just tacking it on the front. Okay, so then take it off. Lovely. So that's how it is on the front. Let's turn it over and just tack that bit on there. So it's a bit more placed. I know that's my armhole where I've got my finger in, so I don't want to do anything to that. Okay, that's nice. Now that's going to presumably go underneath the armhole there, so I shall leave that at the moment. Now let me, if I need to add a little bit just to make this join here, I will. Just to neaten that out. Turn that over. Okay. Okay, that looks nice and neat. A nice neat join. Lovely. Okay, so now I need to make that similar on the other side. So where did I join that? And then that went up there. So bearing in mind that goes like that. That's the front, that's the front. Okay. That's the front, that's the front. Fold it over and this side to that eye. It seems to be a bit of a piece that got stuck in there. Let's get that out. Ah yes, it's a bit of veg matter, which I did not spy. Okay, we'll sort that. Okay, and let's get that so that is the same as that. I'll lightly tack that just onto the top piece, obviously. This is underneath, and that little to make sure we've still got the armhole there, because I have kind of lost the armhole, so that'll be another reason for having a little fitting in a minute. I just want to join this bit first. Oh, see, that was silly. I was too busy thinking about something else. Right, now then, it's going to go like that, isn't it? Possibly, I should have made this little bit on the inside, but I can tidy that up. I do things like that. I think, oh, that's the best side, and then when it's on, you think, yeah, I really should have added that to the other side, but hey, let's just add this to ease that join. In that direction. Okay, turn it over. So a nice light piece of wool, but that was enough to just neaten that up. Okay, now we need to find that armhole again. So let me put this on Peter, because I know that this side, I'm probably going to have to pull that over there a bit. Now then, this side, is that too much around this side? Let's have a see. Let's have a see first before we start making our decisions about things before we've even put it round. Okay. So first of all, that's how that one, we decided that would look fine. Getting back round there. This one. Okay. That, and it's all going to fit miles around the back, so that's not a problem. Okay, and that's going to go over there. That's going to go over there. All right, so I'm going to possibly thin out that bit. So where's my scissors? Oh, I'm not sure if these are going to be the right scissors. No, they're not the right scissors at all, because they're just not sharp. Where did I put the other ones? Up there. Just a sec. Okay, so I'm just going to loosen end of the... Really, I need my embroidery scissors for this, so I apologise for the humongous, not as big as the ones I had the other day. Just so that I can see how that would go around there. That needs to fit around the back. Okay. Yep. And if we can just do that to the same here. I don't like to chop bits off at this stage because you sometimes do that and then start adding it all back in again and you think it would have been much easier if I hadn't chopped it off in the first place. But I can still chop that off. There we go. Right, now. Fabulous. Okay, so I am probably going to take that off again now and do my neatening up. Let's have a look. Put the other colour in place, match second piece on, retry. Don't worry about fitting it around the back of the neck yet. Just make sure the front of the jacket and lapel look neat enough. Take the jacket off, finalise the front of the jacket, neaten the edges, use an iron, blah 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 blah. Right, so that's what we will do now because this is actually going to fit more than enough around the back. If I just take a little straw pole, this is the bit that I am going to chop, not completely but just a bit. Okay, because I had far too much. Right, now then, let's have a proper neaten of these edges. And I'm going to do that with this. To start with, the edges. Just lightly, not going mad, but just on the briefly do that edge. I don't like to do too much into the actual jacket itself unless it's really too thick in places. I just lightly do a little look, and then I may just neaten them up a little bit again with my needle. And even if I can find myself a decent pair of scissors, Okay. And the question is, could you actually see any of that? Okay, so I'll do it again. So I'm just neatening up the edges like this with my hair straightener. And I really do just catch the edges. Like that. And then I will neaten them up again, as I say, with my needle. but it does just strengthen it a little bit. And then I just very, very lightly. Okay, pop that over there. Let's go around and neaten up those edges again. As I say, protect your fingers with a business card. Don't do as I do. Okay, just pushing in the little wispy bits. Because it might be once you've pushed these bits in, you need to just use the iron again, because by pushing these in you might thicken up those edges again. But only you know on your piece what's acceptable and what isn't. Okay. Start this bit. It's only really the edges that are the issue, because providing the edges are thin, the optical illusion is that the rest of it will be thin as well. Which is why I don't worry too much about the rest of it. Yeah. And obviously, I say obviously, it's the light needle I'm using, the blue needle. Okay, right, let's just do one last little snick round with the almost just slipping off the edge. I'm really just doing that final edge bit, just trying to have that as thin as it can be. Okay, right, it is the big fix. This is where I have to remember which way round it was. This was this side. This was the side that I thought I maybe shouldn't have put that bit on the outside. Okay, right, so let's pop him on. Around there, okay. Let's start to put him in position. Placing the bits a bit more I need to pin it to make sure I don't distort it for somewhere else, I will. Okay, just making sure I'm not doing this incorrectly. Yeah, finally fit onto Peter, firstly felting under the arms, adjust the collar and shape, then felt over the arms, around the collar. Yeah, so we fit where we go. So let's get that under the arms. Just into there. Then on the other side. Yep. Okay, then over the arms. Okay, so let's make sure. But that's going back there. Let's make sure we've got enough collar to make it into a nice collar. Just on the shoulder. So I'll leave these bits on because if I need to take them off, I can do. But that's just, in fact, I'm pleased I had that bit on there. But I'll only felt the shoulder. Then if I need to take any more off, I can do. Fold into that shoulder there. See a bit of edge matter there. Round here. See, this is where it always surprises me how much you need of these little bits, which seem to be too much until you come to felt things in place. So I'm not going to do too much there because I just want to make sure we get everything where it needs to be. So make this the same this side in terms of how much is there for the lapel. Yeah. Okay, just leave that there a minute. It's got little lapels, doesn't it? Okay. Once again, it's just the shoulder that I'm doing so that I can lay this down and then reassess how much I've got excess hanging around, whether I can just felt it in. Yeah, see, now it doesn't seem like I've got too much hanging around at all. I'm glad I just snipped it so that it was easier to manoeuvre, because there's not too much hanging around at all, really. Leave your arm down there, because that's going to be there. That will be... Okay, let's move that to the centre. Right, let's look at the pictures, make sure I'm not getting ahead of myself. have to put the right password in. Okay, yep, so we're going under that. Get along to the right pictures. Okay, right. So finally fit, and then adjust the collar and shape, then put over the arms, around the collar and the neck. Now shape everything's where it needs to be and bring the collars together at the back. If you do not have enough collar, add. No, that's fine. Right. So, and also the fact that I can pull that there and make that like that. That's good. That'll be his felt, his collar up at the front. That's all good. Right, now then. Sometimes it's just easier to pop him over the mat, as it were. Now, it looks as though that would be the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Oh, this is much thicker, so let me fan this out a minute. Because when you're going to join it, you don't want two big clumpy bits joining, do you? Okay. I think that will. Let's put a pin in and have a look. That's too high at the back. Possibly. Let's just tack that there and have a look at it on that side, because that is the bulkier side. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'm just going to tack that down at the back. I'm going to tack this one down at the back. See if that works. Join them. Join those neck bits together. And then see if we can make this work. Yeah, so that. Collar up. Yeah, okay. That's okay, because I can make it a little bit smaller there. Let's just tack those bits in. Use that to go over the top just to make it look like it's all one piece. Yeah, so that from the top I can only see one piece. Yeah, and then I can pull that all in together. I can bend and stretch anything which doesn't look like it's doing what we need it to do. Oh, I had a horror moment there that I hadn't turned the recording on. Okay, just felting all these pieces lightly, which I can tidy all up once I'm happy. It's all exactly where it needs to be. And if I have to, add anything to bulk anything out, like shoulders and backs and things like that, we can do that. But this bit here is actually going to be attached. So I am felting that in, leaving this bit so that I can do as much curving as I need to once we get to that kind of bit. Right, okay. That was extra. Going to use the slightly stronger needle there. I need to get that bit. It's a little bit bulky, and I want to get that in and into the centre and out of my way. And then I go back to using the light needle again, but I'm just tidying it up. Okay, so if you have a piece that you think that is just in the way and I need it gone, use the stronger needle, couple of pushes right into the centre, and that'll just take it out of your way. But at the same time, anchoring the piece in. Now, I haven't worried about what way fibres are going when I've been doing this, because I know that once I come to the final, okay, let's see, where's everything going? Let's get this bit right type thing. I can move it about and I can add bits on if I need to. Right, now let's just start to get this sorted. So this basically becomes a bit of a crease, as it were. Okay, so you lift it out, it becomes a crease. You see that? I lift it out and it kind of becomes a crease. So I always think the sooner you can start to get a crease in there, as you're mucking about with this, it will pull it back and you'll have to keep doing it until we finally have it where we want it. But that's fine. It's just sometimes you need to do things a couple of times. So if you look at the picture, you'll see there'll be a few creases. So just start, we might end up moving them and adjusting them, and you've got a little tail which needs to come up here as well, remember. So we've got our pockets to add and things. So possibly pull back just a little bit too much, that bit. Okay, just adjusting the size of that. There we go. Yeah. Maybe just adjust that so it's not quite so flappy. So this is the joy of using this lighter needle, because I can gradually do it, but at the same time when I had that bit that I just needed gone, I could use my stronger needle. There we go. Right, so I think he always looks a little bit strange at this stage because all the curves aren't there, the buttons aren't there. If I just do a little felt here, it should start to curve it, yeah. And if you just do a little felt into the curve of the collar, just helps. Now that has shown up the join, so let me work on that. Because I don't want to move on to the pockets until I'm happy that the jacket is how it needs to be. See, I might even bring my little straightener out to that and make that thinner. Just felt that down a bit more. There we go. Okay. So it just needs to be and this is where all the faffing starts. And trust me, I am a champion faffer. So if you think there's a bit much, you just can felt it in a little bit, make it a little bit less. So, okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a pin in there, and I'm going to put a pin in there, just because whilst I'm assessing things, I want to know where these bits are going to be. Okay, so I put a pin in there, and I've put a pin in there just to start with the pulling out the back, because whilst I'm mucking around with my bit at the front here, I want to know, you know, just how much of the jacket is going to be back there. Now, your Peter may be bigger in the chest, it may be taller, maybe slimmer. They're not the same, as you can see. Let me see if I can lift him up. Okay, see, they're not the same, and the jacket isn't exactly the same. In fact, you can see there where his little arm comes up. But even if I put his little arm up and his little arm down, okay, it's not exactly the same. In fact, I think this jacket's longer, which is fine. But I do like him. And yours will be different again. So I need to put his little pockets on. Is our next thing. How sweet. Loving him already. And a different Peter to the other ones. And I love that. You know, you look at the eyes, they're slightly different. You look where the nose is, it's slightly different. It's just so sweet that every time you make one, it's slightly different. I love it. So that's the end of part 1. And I will put a link to part 2 below, or you can search for it within my Toutique YouTube channel. Okay, see you soon.